Although he was forced to navigate through a slightly worse position, world number one Magnus Carlsen kept his cool and secured the draw, qualifying for the World Cup semi-finals for the third time in his career, and at the same time knocking out a very dangerous contender, Gukesh. The other hero of the day was Nijat Abbasov. The local player defeated Vidit in a powerful performance and will now face Carlsen in the semi-finals as the clear underdog. On the other side of the bracket, Caruana prevailed over Dominguez, securing his spot in the semi-finals. He will now face the winner of the match between Indians, Pragnananda and Eddie Gaisi. Both of them will face off in tomorrow's tiebreak, after the younger of the two made a nice comeback with the black pieces, tying the match. In the women's section, Garyachkina will play in the final for the second time in a row. She only needed a draw against Tan Zhongji this afternoon to qualify, and although it was closer than she probably expected, she was able to convert. Her opponent in the final will be the winner of tomorrow's tiebreak between Muzichuk and Salimova, after this afternoon's game ended in a peaceful draw. Greetings from Baku, and welcome to round 6 tiebreaks. This afternoon, we will decide who will face Garyachkina in the Women's World Cup final. Will it be seasoned grandmaster from Ukraine, Anna Muzichuk, or maybe Salimova, the young and upcoming talent from Bulgaria? Also, we will witness the showdown between the two Indian grandmasters, Pragnananda and Eddie Gaisi. One of them, only one, will prevail and go on to face Caruana in the semi-finals and virtually win a spot to the candidates. Stay tuned and follow the action on our YouTube channel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. And today is the tiebreak day for the quarterfinal in the open section and semifinal in the women's section. And today we will be watching two matches between Pragnananda versus Arjun Erigaisi, and in the women's section we will have Salimova versus Anna Muzichuk. And how are you today, Irina?
Well, I'm doing great, and I'm really looking forward to this tiebreak. It's just so exciting as we're getting to the final stages of the tournament.
Exactly.
Yes, and we're going to see who's going to make it into the final with Alexandra Garyachkina. Is it going to be the experienced Anna Muzichuk, or is it going to be the newcomer to this field, Nurgul Salimova, who's been having a fantastic tournament so far and really showing herself to be playing at a high level?
Yep, exactly. And it will be decided today. And on the screen, we see the tournament table for the open section. So Magnus Carlsen is set to play against Abbasov Nijat, the local hero, in the semifinal, while Fabiano Caruana is still waiting for the winner of the match between Erigaisi versus Pragnananda.
Yeah, and like we said, in the women's, it's just one match today. It's going to be Anna Muzichuk versus Nurgul Salimova from Bulgaria, and the winner of that will be facing Alexandra Garyachkina, who defeated Tan Zhongyi in the semifinal.
Yes, and Tan Zhongyi herself will be facing the loser of today's tiebreak match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, of course, if the players are going to be repeating the openings that they've been playing in the classical games. Just to remind you guys, in the classical games between the women, we saw a Pan of Botvinnik attack when Anna was white. So Nurgul Salimova answered e4 with a Caracan. And when Anna was black, she played a Queen's Gambit accepted. So right now she has the white pieces. And will it be another Caracan?
I think it might be, because Salimova is also known for her Caracan. So I don't think she would try anything different. If only, if only Anna changes, then maybe Salimova will also change. But we will see. And surprisingly, also in the open section between the two prodigies, Arjun Erigaisi and Pragnananda, Irina, I encountered them again
Walking together again.
Walking together again
Wow.
last night.
The friendship runs deep.
Very deep, deeper
Yeah.
than deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually amazing to see these two boys, like enjoying discussing about chess and just enjoying the friendship because they are still teenagers anyway.
Yeah. And by the way, I can tell you that actually Salimova has two moves in her repertoire against e4. She can play the Caro-Kann like she played against Muzichuk already, or she can play one e5 like she's played against Polina Shuvalova
Right.
in their match. So we actually don't know what she's going to choose because she's kind of split equally between those two moves.
Right. Yes, and on the stage we see only Anna Muzichuk is already there. The other three players are going to arrive very soon, and we see Arjun is walking to his table. And by the way, I'd like to also mention that today is the Independence Day of Indonesia, so I'm trying to dress on the occasion.
Nice, nice.
As
Well,
an
you do
Indonesian
look
flag.
very nice today, Irene.
Yes, so yeah, happy Independence Day to all my fellow Indonesians.
And wasn't it like just a couple of days ago that it was India's Independence Day?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was August 15th, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, all right. So got a lot of Independence Days this summer. Do we have Eric Geisy at the board? Okay,
Yes.
he is sitting down with the white pieces. And so we are expecting, I guess, 1e4 from him.
Yep, E4 definitely. And Pragnananda was actually in the interview. He said that he was a bit surprised of his opening choice because Ergaisi is not known for playing Alapin.
Yeah.
So if he goes for E4 and then Pragnananda replies with Sicilian, he was expecting Ergaisi to play the open Sicilian.
Yeah, the interviews that our interviewer Michael has been conducting here, I think have been very insightful. And I gotta say, like I'm a new fan of one of the players here. Do you want to guess who I became a fan of after watching these interviews?
Pragnananda?
Well, I mean, it could be anyone, right? It's hard to guess. But actually, Nijat Abbasov.
Nijat, yeah.
Yeah, I have to say his interview yesterday was so nice because I think he combines this kind of quiet confidence with obviously humbleness, right? And it's a very nice combination. Obviously he's very proud, I think, to be doing so well and for his country.
Right.
He just, I just think it was like refreshing to see, such a nice attitude from him. And I'll definitely be rooting for him to put up a good fight against Magnus.
Right, it will be interesting indeed. Yes, I love the interview. So I also have to make a shout out to our colleague Michael for conducting such interesting interviews, showing the insights, of these players. Not only what we are showing on the board, but also off the board. And we see on the camera Pragnananda just arrived, and it will be interesting what type of game, what type of openings they're going to come up with today.
Yeah, actually, in his interview with Abbasov, Michael asked him about his opening preparation and how it was resembling some lines that Radjabov had in his repertoire. And so I guess he was fishing around for information as to who might be helping Abbasov. But, Abbasov kind of sidestepped that question and promised to answer him after the tournament. But I have a feeling from that answer that there probably is some help going on from the Azeri players.
Right. And we have a lift-off, and Arjun started with D4.
Yeah, the pawn. We see it on a dark square, so we know it is the queen's pawn going to D4. First surprise for us today. And is it a surprise for Prague? He goes for knight f6. I think, by the way, I did look up his games. He's very stable with his love for the Nimzo Indian, and that's what we see on the board today. It often happens. The Nimzo is such a solid opening that people are quite predictable with it. Actually, for example, you, Irene, right?
Yeah. I remember our last game.
Yeah, it was a Nimzo as well.
Nimzo too.
Yeah, so we see knight f3 on the board. And, okay, Arjun is inviting Prague to either play a Rogozin,
and he
play.
did.
Oh no, he played he played d5. He went
played
for the
d5.
Rogozin. Yeah, that's also in his repertoire. And just a3, not the most popular move in this position, was played by Erigaisi, forcing the bishop to capture the knight. Okay, so and then he took the pawn. Obviously, we're still in prep here. I see White already recaptured the pawn. How did that happen? Perhaps Wait, the
There
queen
was
came
just
out
queen
to
E2.
A4. Oh,
We
yeah,
can just
we
refresh
we
it,
have it now
yes.
on the board. Oh. Okay, so this is.
This is it. Yeah. So
Oh,
A3.
we missed a few moves.
Queen
Yeah, okay.
C2.
Queen C2 was played actually first. Okay, now that actually makes more sense. He went for
Yeah.
the knight f3 line. Okay. D5 here. Oh, interesting. So knight f3. The main move is C5, I believe, on that. But yeah, Prague went for the more the Rogozin move order. And here, okay, we're in a very popular line at the top level for the Nimzo. So Prague played h6. Oh no, maybe he threw in the bishop attack on the queen first. And yeah, and the queen went to c1. Yeah, she has an abundance of choices here. I actually am not so familiar with queen c1. That must be something kind of new. Or, the moves queen a4, queen c2 are much more common here for white. So has queen c1 been played before, Irene?
Queen C1 hasn't been played before, according to the limited database that I have right now, but I will check it a more thorough database later. Because bishop b7 was more common instead of bishop a6. Even though I agree that bishop a6 is also quite natural, so I think the reason why the queen doesn't go to c2 is because after bishop a6, queen c2, then bishop goes to b7, and then occupying e4, something like that.
Okay, well, we have queen c1. Definitely, for me, this is a new move. Like, I've seen this, lots of games in this line, and this move I've never seen. It seems like queen a4 is the most popular. It's kind of split between queen a4 and queen c2. So he goes queen c1. He comes with a new idea. h6. Prague is still not afraid to play that move, even though white sort of can take on h6, but I guess there's not really much of an attack there because white has like no pieces actually developed. So the bishop stepped back to h4. And yeah, I kind of wonder about this queen being on c1. Why is she here? Why is she, blocking the rook? What are the kind of unique points?
Probably
of
to
that?
prevent g5.
You think so, yeah?
This
I
might
also
be.
kind of wonder, could there be chances of white playing g4?
Ooh, that would be very tricky. But
Yeah.
the king is still in the center, so.
But maybe we
probably-
have that sack because the queen is on c1, and when you try to play g5 like you normally would,
Yeah,
right? There's actually a very interesting sack on the board.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be. No, g5 will not happen because of that queen c1. That's its original idea.
Yeah, let's just try. Like, I just want to give you an example of what I'm thinking. So, like, let's say knight d7 happens, quite normal. I think we can actually throw this move in. I think that is the point of queen c1. It's actually quite tricky because normally, okay, you're in a pin. So if the queen was somewhere else, you would definitely consider answering with that. But here you can't. Here you can't because, well, at least even though the knight's protected, it does look kind of dangerous, right? Like queen
You have
h.
to play king h7, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah,
to
king
avoid-
h7. Yeah, because if you go there, there's even an additional check. So we have to go here. We got 2 pawns for the piece. Well, how powerful is this compensation?
Maybe just bishop g2.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Bishop g2, bishop e4. If takes, then queen h5 check. I
Like,
think
that's interesting. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, basically, if the rook moves, right, somewhere. How many pieces have we given up? We're giving up only 2, right? Yeah. Oh, 3, actually. 3 for the queen.
3 for the queen.
Okay. But he plays bishop b7, which I think is the smart thing to do because he kind of sees what this is about and he wants to bring the bishop back to this diagonal to make g4 less appealing.
Right. And also it's another direct attack because you just want to take on f3 and take on d4. So white has to do something about this d4 pawn. And e3 is on the board, protecting d4.
Yeah, if you go g4, then, there's basically a capture here and a capture here, and I think we can't just afford to give up the center like that. So Aragaisi, not surprised by Bishop b7 answers e3. But on the other hand, no, I get the point. Actually, I totally get his concept because the bishop on a6 was making it actually difficult for us to move that pawn because then they trade the bishops, you lose the bishop pair, and then you are losing the right to castle. Your king often has to go to like e2, right? And so the point of him forcing bishop b7 is now he can calmly play e3, and actually this bishop stays on the board. Makes sense.
Right. And there are some moves already played.
Knight d7 is on the board, and bishop
queen-
e2.
Bishop e2, right.
Yeah, knight d7, logical. Bishop e2, also logical. So, well, I like that, Aragaisi is coming with like this completely new concept for this rapid game. Could be definitely a nice surprise weapon for the white players in the Nimzo. And he has the bishop pair advantage now. Is it enough? I think Prague has to do something quickly because white is just going to play, c5 of course needs to be played. Castles, because if he doesn't play that move, white would have been playing b4 and just having really nice positions. So will we be seeing at some point in this game the move g5 and then knight e4 to try to get the bishop?
That is possible, but also a natural move like rook c8, I think it's also quite likely to happen in this position. It's a developing move. It's also an attacking move because you just want to take on d4. So after rook c8, queen has to move probably to... If the queen moves to d2, then this gives an option for black to play knight e4 at some point, maybe after queen c7, with or without queen c7 actually.
Yeah, so after castles, okay, rook c8, I do think by Prague is a little too obvious not to be played. And then the big question is where to move this queen. And
probably the saver is queen d1, maybe?
Yeah, queen b1 is going to run into that, right?
Yeah.
And then you can sort of pursue the queen with your bishop. So perhaps queen e1.
Or d1, I mean.
Or d1. Is there any point of going to e1? Maybe just off those files entirely. Okay, rook c8 is on the board.
Oh, he went
queen e1. Yeah, I think this is the computer's choice. Yeah. So Aragaisi is still in his preparation. He's got 27 minutes. So, and Prague has less than 20.
So 7 minutes, 8 minutes different. Wow.
Yeah, well, that just shows the power of having things prepared at home. It gives you a time advantage when you get to the board. So, well, let me tell you what I consider natural here. I really do think that g5, there you go.
Yeah,
he
G5
just played
is on the
it.
board. Yes,
Prague and I
bishop
kind of
G3.
thinking the same way, and knight e4. Yeah, that's what I would be thinking about, but none of this is surprising to Aragaisi.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. Okay. So, it's a little bit of an unpleasant feeling, I think, for Prague to be like letting his opponent play 17 moves instantly in the opening. But at the same time, he's been playing very logically, and it's not like white is actually better here. So I think, it's an okay situation for him psychologically. I mean, he knows he's going to get this bishop. He knows he has a pretty solid position. So he's had to use, more time than his opponent to get here. But it's not too tragic.
Yep. Well, yes, it is. It is still okay. It is very much balanced position. But again, the time management, like Arjun is currently quite ahead. 9 minutes. Actually.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think you got to take this bishop now and then try to move your queen. Because if, let's say, you move your queen immediately, there's actually an annoying move like this. I mean, by the way, if you take, I might even take with my f pawn. Well, actually, yeah, I probably will, right? Because who can resist opening the f file like that? Getting
what
the
about
tempo
taking
on the
on
queen.
d7?
Well, the problem is that you're maybe as well. He wins exchange,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, actually, if I take here, I was thinking we couldn't do it because you have the check, but maybe you can do it because we just take, and then we take the rook next, and we're actually going to be up in exchange. Anyway, so yeah, no, I do think Prague is going to take the bishop. I mean, he went knight e4 to take the bishop, and he'll take it.
He'll take it, yeah?
There we go. He did.
HG.
HD. Queen f6.
Queen
Very
F6,
good.
yes.
Prague is playing all the best moves. And it doesn't really matter too much that his king is exposed like that. Like white's not really in any position to attack it. And the queen on f6, I think, is really well placed. So finally, is Eric Geisy thinking for the first time in this game?
Yes, he's thinking.
It's been 18 moves. It's been 18 moves, and he's running into the fact that, you know, Prague is playing all the logical best moves. And eventually, I think everyone's preparation ends, right?
Right. Yeah, so far so good. I think we can now probably see what is going on with the other board.
Yeah, good idea. Oh, right. So we've got Anna again facing the Caro-Kann by Salimova, but she changes her line. That's actually what I was expecting. I was not expecting her to go for the same thing. She goes for the classical main line, and Salimova goes for the very popular knight f6. What does Anna do? She goes for c3, protecting the pawn, bishop d3. All of this is main line.
Yep. It's funny. I played this. I played this against her sister, Maria Muzichuk, back in Grand Swiss 2021. I was playing white, and then Maria was black, and then I think we kind of like employed the same approach to this Caro-Kann with this knight f6. So yeah, I also did this, and then bishop e3, and then long castle.
Yeah, what's interesting is like knight e2 is the main move, right?
Yeah.
Bishop e3 is less common, as far as I know. Let's actually see how it stacks up in the database. Yeah, knight e2 played 97% of the time. That's why I'm much more familiar with it. Bishop e3, 3% of the time. So bishop e3 is a little bit of something new being introduced here. And after that, we see, yeah, h5 still being the most popular move. That's what Salimova played. This slightly unusual pawn move, I mean, for people who don't really know this line, this looks really weird, right? But the idea is, I guess if white castles this way, you know, we're going to be expanding over here with the pawns. So you're kind of encouraging white to castle queenside. You're also, I guess, making it harder for white to push their pawns on the king side. So knight f3, yeah, it's kind of a new approach because I've definitely seen these positions with a knight on e2 like pretty much almost always. And you would think that the knight here is kind of restricted, but let's see what Anna has in mind. So she still goes queenside. And b5, d5. So that is...
Yeah, that's actually quite unusual approach by Salimova to play b5 right away in this position, because I think what she doesn't want to do is putting her knight to f8, where it's usually where the knight goes. And by playing b5, I think she is declaring that her intention is to put the knight to b6 and d5. But then the drawback of this move is that if you play b5 immediately, there is d5.
Yeah.
So Anna is already set, you know, to encounter this move. So I don't know. This position, again, I play this position as white, so I'm really happy to actually see this position on the board if I were the white player in this position.
Yeah, seems to have been a big opportunity taken by Anna, right? Because basically, I mean, if black takes, they're going to be stuck with an isolated pawn and the pin and the threat of bishop c6 and the knight that can come here. And so Salimova actually just decides to sack a pawn. I mean, there might not be much of another option. She gives up the pawn on b5, puts the rook on the open file, but it definitely, I mean, doesn't really feel like this is going to be enough. But let's try to understand her point. I mean, she's going to go knight e5 next, right? I mean, she's going to try to use that b file, I guess. But yeah, I don't see how like there is enough for a pawn here. Like none of white's pieces are bad, and the white's pawn structure is not bad. So you're basically saying that you think that this file is going to be enough compensation for the pawn. I don't know. I would certainly think about king b1, king a1 here. We know that queen a5 can happen at any moment. So king b1 kind of makes sense for me right now. But Anna played actually something different. She played h3. Okay. So what does h3 try to do?
Opening the h file by playing g4 next.
Yeah, interesting move by Anna. So she wants to go g4 and just get the h file, bring her queen there, yeah? But the thing is, so what are we going to do? I mean, when you go g4, I can sort of ignore you for a little bit, right? Like this is not like a winning threat. So I'm definitely not going to be taking. So what moves would I think about here for black? Well, certainly queen a5 and then knight e5. Like I kind of see these combinations as needing to be played. Anything else? Not really. I mean, is there some kind of a knight b6 to go to c4 maybe? I doubt it. Knight b6 kind of, I mean, maybe you can even play c4 yourself.
Or I can just allow it and play g4 just according to the.
Yeah, but you don't want to
my
let
plan.
you don't want to let the knight in though. I think it's going to be a little painful. Knight b6 is possible, but I think we need to like keep the knight out. So I would probably be inclined to this move. You know, and then I don't really see where you're going. So I am thinking it still is linked primarily to these moves, the counterplay. But let's try knight e5. I mean, obviously white will take.
Yep.
And then the thing is, like, can you take with the bishop? Because there's bishop c5.
And if you take with the rook, there is maybe bishop f4. Yeah.
Possibly. And maybe you should take with the pawn. It doesn't really look amazing either. But taking with the pawn can be considered, I guess. But yeah, I don't really like closing up the bishop and the rook like that. I don't think that. You
Just
know,
g4, and then I think what.
yeah, I don't think like we're going to be that fast with this. I mean, I agree. G4 is very interesting. So maybe it is the rook capture, unless there's some weird like bishop takes, and we're going to start some sacrifices. I mean, could that even be like, I don't know, but I'm more inclined to rook e5. Because also we have bishop f5. Well, that's a big one. You know, that's why I wanted this king here. And do some prophylaxis. But now bishop f5 is going to come, and if you go bishop f4, well, we're definitely coming out. We're not missing that chance.
Yep.
She went knight b6.
So she goes for the c4 square.
She's going for c4, but no one's going to let her in there. That's the problem.
I think even after knight b6, I agree c4 is a good move, but even a move like b3, maybe it's also not so bad.
You know, she really missed, I think, a big chance here. I think knight e5 and going for this f5 square, like that would have given her real compensation for this pawn. She could have like fought for the initiative like that. And by the way, what would we do on g4? Can we take it? Or is that too brave?
I think you just have to take it. The king will
run.
will run to e7
Yeah,
safely.
I mean, it's a little scary, right? Like this whole thing.
What do we miss?
What are we missing? Where is the win? Well, I mean, it might just be.
Exchanging the queen?
Oh, I think it's simple. I think it's that. I think it's something like this. And we're saving the rook and attacking you. So maybe she didn't like g4, but she can figure something out against that, right? Like she doesn't have to take and open the file. You know, there could be some other approaches here. So actually, we can check what happens on g4. Oh, interesting move, f5. This one. Maybe f4 ideas? And then bishop f5, like if you take me this way. First of all, I have queen h4, right? I have queen h4. Could be a powerful move. Or maybe just f4 is the most forcing, isn't it?
f4 and bishop f5, yeah?
Yeah, just going in for sacking another pawn, but you know, anything to get that piece activity. All right, we can continue showing this cool line because, like, what's the point here? There must be something beautiful already.
Queen a5.
Hold on. You know, there's a lot of beauty in this position.
I like it too.
You know, there's a lot of stuff going on, you know, that can be tried. Look at those rooks. That's why we like those open files and ranks, right? And then like the bishops are coming in. Look at those beauties. Yeah, forcing you to do that. And then, you know, we can figure out the next wave of the attack, right? But okay, this is what we recommend for Salimova, but she didn't go for that. She went for knight b6 instead.
And knight d2 is on the board.
Yeah, knight d2 by Anna. So Anna also didn't really follow our recommendation of c4, but she does stop the knight from going to c4, so that's reasonable. Just, you know, in my opinion, this move is a little bit more passive than I would like, but at least it stops the knight from coming in.
Yeah, I think she just doesn't want to give up any square because, let's say c4, yeah, I can understand that with such a time control, you know, you cannot really think about everything. So she doesn't want to create any weaknesses.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe, well, the knight can't really move because you just cannot let the knight into c4. But the one thing I don't like about Salimova's move is that, like, she's blocking the b file. And by the way, you know, Erigaisi versus Prague, very likely that game is going to finish in a draw.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, I'm just looking at it, and they're already in a heavy piece ends game. Most things have gotten traded.
Yeah,
And
we can see the game.
yeah,
quickly.
I do have a feeling like, you know, what like black has one weakness, right? I don't really consider the king too much of a weakness at this point, so I do think there like somehow a draw is the most likely result. But what if I take the pawn? I think I kind of have to, right? What if I try to win that one? It reminds me. Remember that famous game we saw? Yeah, it was Wang Hao versus Savane Wang Hao. Remember that
right.
one extra
Yep.
pawn that led to the pawn endgame with queen and rooks? Where basically, what's black going to do here?
I think you can just take on.
I think it's the same
Yeah, just
concept.
take it.
I think it's literally the same concept as Savane Wang Hao. Like white's going to have an extra pawn, but we're just going to have so much activity with the queen and rook.
Anyway, you can take on f3 as well.
Oh yeah, that's that's right. Why not? I forgot that little thing in that little weakness in the pawn mass.
And
Yeah.
surprisingly, there is no check.
Yeah, no check on
Back
the
rank
back
is
rank
covered,
even.
yeah.
Yeah. So no, I do think that this game, Erigaisi's opening prep, it worked to give him a time advantage, but not really an advantage on the board. So let's see.
To be honest, I think in this position, Prague is standing better.
You think so? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Really? What like?
It's very close to equal, but if I could choose which side that I want to play, I'd play black.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I take that pawn and you take that one, I
Yeah.
would agree. But the thing is, like, most likely he's going to go king g2, isn't he? But I see what you mean. You mean because of the activity of the rook.
The activity.
I see. Yeah, king g2 probably would be my choice. I mean, my queen is active. This is protected. All my pawns are protected. And I can also go rook c1 at some point. So, yeah, not too much action here. Prague just playing very principled moves. You know, after his queen f6 move, his position just looked very solid. And I guess, he threw in that capture and just everything got traded. And yeah, you know, having one weakness on c5 is not, it's not enough, especially because white has things that are being targeted as well. So yeah, this game is heading towards a draw. And I think we can safely go on to our more exciting game between Anna and Nurgul.
Yep. So after knight e2, okay, now time situation. Anna still has 7 extra minutes on the clock compared to Nurgul. Yeah.
Not a surprise
Not a
because
surprise, yeah.
Nurgul definitely was giving up the time advantages to Polina Shuvalova in their tiebreak as well.
What's interesting for me is whether this b5 and c5 letter that was done by Salimova, whether it was a preparation or not, I'm not sure. Because if it was a preparation, I mean, the follow-up moves have to be quite quick because once you're sacrificing a pawn, you have to know what to do after that. But if it wasn't a preparation, she only took like less than 30 seconds to play c5.
Yeah. Well, I think she kind of saw, maybe she was thinking at Anna's time. How long did Anna take to play D5, actually?
Good question. So 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is that after D5, it kind of is obvious that, White wants to take on C6 and play knight D4, and things are just kind of collapsing. So I guess, just intuitively, she was just like, okay, let me sack the pawn for the B file. As it turned out, it wasn't such a bad decision. But, by the way, in this position, I see there's one line that the computer is offering that I just don't even think is really that realistic. Like, I mean, this move, provoking pawn here, and then putting the bishop there, provoking pawn here. Now, Anna has a bad experience already in this match with Salimova, where Salimova pushed those pawns all the way against her bishop. I really don't see Anna going for this. I mean, like, allowing this to happen. The check is not even good.
I think the idea probably is rook e1 in this position. You're just sacking.
Wow.
You're sacrificing this.
That's deep.
g3.
That's deep. That is very interesting. I mean, I don't see this happening, but let's just take a look. Rook e1, wow. You just want to go there and then have the rook handy to give that check on e8, huh? And you're saying, because like this bishop on g3 is now terrible, but you're saying like,
I can just give it up.
yeah, all your advantages make up for it. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I think the chances of this happening are like close to zero. Because when I see this position, I'm like, well, they can go king g7.
Right.
I mean, there's not even going to be a check on g6, and my bishop gets buried, and I just help them like get all their pawns like that, right? It's a little hard to believe.
It is, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like let me just try king g7, like.
And now maybe it's time just to play bishop h2 and then
Yeah.
f3, try
Yeah.
to free my bishop.
Right. So that's what I mean, that I think there's just no chance of this. Like, you're right. I mean, that's probably what you got to do. But, I mean, I just don't see how, practically speaking, you would want to let black bury your bishop on h2.
Right.
So let's go back and try to find a human approach to this position for Anna. So Nurgul playing f5. Well, actually, she's trying to trap the bishop. Yeah.
Another human approach might be
G3?
G3.
Sure.
So, yeah.
G3 looks a lot more normal. It's a little sad for White that they've given up on those ideas. Those ideas are not really going to happen. But I do feel, I mean, it's not the most incisive, but it probably is the most human approach, unless is there some sort of tactic?
I can take on c5.
Yeah, there's no bishop g3 just because of that. Yeah, good point. So I guess that's probably what I'm predicting from Anna. I mean, bishop g5, I don't know. Even psychologically, given their first game in the Pan of Botvinnik, when those pawns, like she created that pawn chain of 4 pawns, remember that one? I just feel like Anna is not really going to want to face that again.
Yeah, well,
But I didn't like this move. Knight d2, honestly.
It's a bit too passive.
It's
yeah?
just passive. It's actually what gave black the idea of trapping the bishop too. Like, what's wrong with this move? You're restricting the knight. I mean, I know it opens this diagonal like a bit, but it's not like a bishop can go there yet.
Maybe she was a bit worried of g6 here with the idea of bishop f5.
Good point. Okay, that's probably true.
But then you just have to play g4. Oh, can you? I was just thinking.
There's also interesting move. Well, knight h4, maybe not that interesting. G4 is always interesting,
Yeah, knight
even
h4.
when it's bad.
I like knight h4.
Yeah, you think that we can't make this work? Yeah, I don't know.
Then you just take. Yeah, keep
You just
taking,
take everything, and unfortunately, I can't just give you all my pieces. Yeah,
Yep.
because in the end, you've got the rook to defend, and my attack is done.
Yeah, I think knight h4 is a good move.
Knight h4, keeping out bishop f5. Yeah, yeah. But that king could have been here. It could have been safe. We didn't. Now it can't make the crossing. It's too dangerous to make the crossing now. But it could have gone there instead of that pawn being here. All right, knight h4. Knight to the side of the board could be problematic. But why? Ooh. Oh, I see it.
Oh, is it just G5 takes C4?
You're our tactician, Irene.
yeah.
Go ahead, try to find something here. Well, I think I see it. At least I see an idea. Like whether it works or not, I don't know.
Takes
But
C4,
okay,
rook
yeah,
E4.
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, knight C4 with this cool idea.
But even if you play something like G5, you have to play knight F5 and then
A
takes
move by
this.
Anna. Okay, she continues to surprise. So she didn't go G3, and she didn't go for the obvious computer line bishop G5. She went knight B3. Okay, let's take a look. It didn't really cross my mind that this knight can move because, I was like, isn't the knight supposed to be guarding that square? But her point is the attack on this pawn. So I think the game is going to become very fun now, because she's kind of forcing it to be fun, right? She's forcing black, I think, to sack another pawn on C5.
Right. So what do we do in this position? I like sacking. Just rook takes E3.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. We definitely have to look at that exchange sack. If it was Mamedyarov, he'd probably play that move. Yeah, but she went knight C4, right? And now on bishop C5, which is like the only point, but it's so
Bishop
dangerous.
F4. That could
Yeah.
be- Oh, no.
Anna's play here is like really, it's kind of in the wrong direction completely.
Yeah.
Because you can just feel it. Like you can't let your opponent's pieces into squares like this, right? Like bishop C5. And what if I go, there's
bishop C5.
bishop
F4, I mean.
F4, but then king B1. Then king, we haven't actually removed anything from the B file yet, right? So I don't think it's bishop F4. I think there's some other things here, but there's a lot of options. We have to look at rook B3.
Oh, maybe just simply take on C5 and queen A5.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable idea. Like that could
Also,
be it.
B2 is hanging after
Oh
bishop
yeah,
takes
yeah,
C5.
yeah.
So that's not
That's
a
it.
move.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's
So,
it.
Yeah, that's why I think Anna played rook H1.
Wow.
because-
But I mean, I'm just so surprised by all of this, I'm just like, why I mean, because that when you're giving up this bishop, like there's no way black's not going to get really good compensation. You just know that. Like, your structure is damaged. You're going to have you're losing a really important bishop.
Yep, and knight takes E3 is on the board.
Yeah.
Anna took it with the pawn.
I mean, maybe black had even better ways to play. It's possible, it's possible you could have even thrown in queen B6. That's one of the moves that you just add pressure like that. You could try that. You can also even consider, I was thinking A5. Because the bishop C5 is not a threat. Well, A5, I guess you're not really going anywhere, right?
Yeah, I think Salimova just wants to clarify this position. She knows that the bishop on E3 is a good bishop, so there's no,
Yeah.
why don't you just take it?
But what about F4? Also very interesting move, right? I mean, she could have tried to use the fact that the bishop still can't really take. If you take, you're kind of running into the same problem as before, right? Maybe even knight takes can be played.
Maybe take on E7, E1 first.
You want to throw in the trade, and then
Oh, but then there's E8.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, basically, Salimova had some things to think about here. Like, even taking the bishop as natural as it is, and I like that move. Like, she could have maybe been more ambitious given how powerful that knight is.
Right.
So F4 would have been like very interesting. Let's just take a quick look again. I mean, bishop D2 looks so unattractive, right? I mean,
Right.
it doesn't lose like in some obvious way. It just looks unattractive. I mean, maybe you should do something like that. Maybe it's like the safe move. How would we play here for black? So many approaches, actually. It's funny. Yeah, well, I mean, but yeah, there's definitely no forced win that I see after bishop d2. It just looks like black has a lot of compensation. Actually, you know what I think is really interesting here, Irene?
Mm-hmm.
G6. Like, look at this move. It's so modest and so lethal.
Ooh, G6.
Yeah, look at that. I want to get my bishop out, put all my pieces on beautiful squares, and trap your queen at C2. She actually played a similar move, but kind of, okay, it's a different concept.
Different situation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, like, when you have a really powerful piece like that, it's not actually automatic that you're giving it up even for a bishop, even to damage white's pawn structure. So she could have approached this, I think, more ambitiously. F4 was the principal's move, but her decision is very understandable. She took giving Anna this backwards pawn, and then she simply played G6. Okay, so
Yeah, I don't like how Anna is playing this game. It's a little bit too passive, a little bit too safe. She's, instead of going for her own idea, she's been just trying to anticipate her opponent's idea. So, yeah, I hope Anna can be a little bit more brave on the next games, because we also saw the similar approach by her when she was playing against Elizabeth Pats. She was playing, I think, a bit too safe against the Sicilian, where she was already set to attack on the king side, if you remember, but she was just trying to consolidate everything around her king, and then eventually, well, there's one game that she lost, but also there's one game that she won just because Elizabeth blundered. Otherwise, that game would have been easily won by Elizabeth anyway. So, yeah, I think there's some approach here that she employed during the tiebreak, which is completely different when she's playing in the classical matches.
yeah, well, in the classical matches, in classical time control, there's more time to calculate. Here, you're kind of going more with your intuition. So, yeah, I feel like, well, she played D5. It was a very energetic move. It was the right move, and then since then, she definitely has kind of handed the initiative back to her opponent, although at the moment, I mean, the position is still balanced, so she decides her knight is misplaced, right, and she goes back to D2. Okay, I mean, this move I can understand the concept because I agree that this knight was just doing nothing. So she's trying to put the knight like on C4. And Bishop G3 is on the board. Rook E2 is going to be played.
And then there's Bishop A6.
Yeah, I do find, like, I do think that Salimova will play Bishop A6 because she's kind of closed up her bishop this way. And the point of Bishop A6 is to provoke C4 and then have this diagonal opened up again, right? And then her bishop becomes, her dark square bishop becomes actually very powerful.
Yep, and she did
It's on the board, so we're going to see C4.
And after Bishop E5, I think only B3 or not B3, yeah? And C4 is on the board. Yeah, I think she will play Bishop E5. That's very natural.
Yeah, Bishop E5 or, I don't know, Queen D6 also looks quite reasonable here.
No, Bishop E5, because the queen belongs to the A or B.
Ah, yeah, you want to keep this diagonal open. Okay.
So Bishop E5 already
Bishop
on the
E5
board.
is on the board.
The thing is, you cannot play Knight B3 here because there is Rook B4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would always take black in these positions,
me
even
too,
if the
yeah.
engine bars says this is still equal. There's more potential for things to go wrong, I think.
B3
So
is
Anna
on the
plays
board.
B3, which is fine. But, it's very unpleasant to play chess with a diagonal like this around your king.
Yep.
So I guess I expect, okay, well, we can look for some cool ideas. I mean, you would think some sort of Bishop G7, Queen D6, Queen E5, or Queen F6 would be the first thing that black thinks about. Let's talk about the positive things of white's position, yeah? Well, this bishop is controlling that square and this square. It makes it a little hard for the rooks to maneuver. You can't get an easy attack on my pawn.
And you're still having one extra pawn.
Yeah, well, that's the main advantage, of course. But also, like, this bishop is now misplaced, right? And you know what I think? I think we will eventually need to bring the bishop back, but white might, I don't know how easy it is for white to like get their own play with e4 because their dark squares are just so weak. But here's my idea for black. Like the dream for black would be going, let's say here, maybe here, maybe starting to actually challenge that bishop, in like this a5, a4 plan. That would be a way to make progress on the queen side. But of course, it's a time-consuming plan.
Yep. I think just pull the bishop back to g7 and then try to play along this diagonal, probably shifting the queen to d6 and then f6 just to have it ready like that. Yeah, I don't see a way in for white despite having an extra pawn in this position.
I really don't like leaving the bishop here, though. I feel like we got to do something with that bishop. Actually, maybe even bishop b7 at some point, right? Like, why is that such a bad idea? Because your bishop is quite annoying. So what do we actually think about this? I mean, the question is whether this is really a threat, right? But I don't know. I think bishop b7, it kind of comes to my mind. I know it's not perfect. And I think the reason, has something to do with the fact that white actually at some point can play this move. Because white, can also create some play of their own, like before we get going with this.
Yep.
They can bother us, And then their knight comes to like f3. They start challenging the bishop, right? Like we can't really do that because their knight goes there. And then if we move the bishop, they go e5. So there is that issue that white's main play is linked to this e4 move. And if they kind of can get their knight in, okay, she played bishop g7. She's down to under 5 minutes. So her time is definitely going to be an issue here. So now I guess we can ask the question, can we play e4? That's the principled move, right?
e4
doesn't threaten anything.
e4, I think I'll move back to bishop c8.
Bishop c8, yeah. I also feel...
You're giving me this diagonal finally. Or you can
maybe
even
you just
take...
go queen d6. How about queen d6? Can you do that? Even that's interesting too, because you're pinned. Yeah, I mean, I would say this is like, let's say, the most natural move to me. But bishop c8 is interesting, right? Because you're saying like, if ever you take, my bishop reroutes. Actually, good point. Bishop here, and then if the bishop ever gets here, then white's going to be in big trouble.
Yep.
And I'm also threatening to take and put the bishop there. So yeah, white actually has to be... I see now. I think we learned something important. That having this bishop on the board, despite how bad he looks right now, is actually preventing white from going e4, which is their main source of counterplay. So that's why we should not be trading those bishops. Now I get it.
Yep, I mean, that bishop is just looking bad temporarily, but it's still a pair of bishop, and the position is still very dynamic. I think at some point you can totally use this bishop to the attack, and probably Anna just has to improve the knight on d2, probably go to f3, or I don't know, maybe some idea with d6, but after knight f3, queen d6, here you just kind of stop it.
Yeah, knight f3, queen d6 looks pretty reasonable to me. I don't know, I like that square for the queen. There's not so much more point, right, of like going to these squares, I guess. Is there any way we can make sacrifices work, like with rook b4 and something here? I bet we need to look at that.
Maybe queen a5, try with queen a5 first.
Yeah, queen a5, like let's say we bring in the queen.
Also there's I think, is it a direct attack? No, queen f5, d6, we missed d6.
You have to be careful of this pawn moving.
So this is
so probably queen d6 and keeping the pawn blockaded, right?
Right.
Okay.
And Anna played something. She played e4.
Oh, she played e4. Okay.
So now 2 candidate moves. I think they're equally good. Queen d6, bishop c8. Yeah, so
I really like bishop c8. If she finds that, I feel like she's got a good chance in this game.
wow, Salimova.
Yeah, well, I got a feeling
She's-
from their classical games that she was not going to be without her chances in these tie breaks, because you just couldn't really tell the difference
Right.
between them. It was not like Anna was outplaying her in the classical games, right? So it was so even. I would say that Salimova actually did quite a bit to, make the games interesting.
Right.
Well, their second game was maybe not that interesting. It was basically a bunch of theory that went into an end game, and she didn't really make her chances there. But their first game, she played very enterprisingly with black. So I do see this as a toss-up, actually. I'm not sure how it's going to go today.
Yep. And well, this game is definitely very interesting, and Salimova has all the chances to make the first win out of their match. So, yeah, this position looks, even though the eval bar says it's pretty equal, yeah, but yeah, black has all the initiatives.
Yeah, but what she's not great at is the clock situation. She's consistently down on time. I sympathize with her because I'm sometimes not the fastest player either. But still, being down to 3 minutes when I think the opponent has how much? Close to 8 minutes? Close to 8 minutes by Anna. It's giving up a very substantial time advantage to white. And at some point, it's is she just going to have the time to navigate this still very complicated position? She does need to make her decisions faster. And bishop c8, if you see it, you kind of know it's a good move. You really just you just have to think of it,
You don't have to think; you just have to feel it. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you see it, there's not really much calculation involved. You're just oh yeah, of course, my bishop goes to the diagonal that's about to open up. There's really nothing difficult about it. And plus, this bishop is so bad on a6. You're being given a great chance to activate it. So I don't really like that she's been thinking here for so long. Now she's under 2 minutes.
Yep, and she already spends more than 2 minutes for her upcoming move. It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot in this situation. And I feel what are her other options? Yeah, sure, she could play queen d6. It's not terrible either.
Just move, right?
Yeah, you just got to move. Yeah, because at some point she's going to have other decisions to make.
Right.
And no time to make them. So that makes me I just don't really know how in this complicated position she can count on beating Anna with less than a minute and a half against almost 8 minutes. I just think that it's very bad time management.
Yep. So yeah, I'm just worried that when she gets into the time trouble, she might make some mistakes or blunders, and she did it. Bishop c8.
Yeah. Great move, but the time situation is pretty dire. But the position is, I feel like at least she sort of made the complicated move, right? Maybe now some of her moves will be easier to play. She just kind of wants to take and bring the bishop out, right?
Right.
You can do that without a lot of thinking.
Yeah, the ideas for black here, they are very clear, and then it's almost like playing by itself. So it's either you're playing in the center or you're just attacking on the queen side. So your bishop c8, now Anna is not in a great situation, I guess.
Yeah, I think because, Nurgul has this very clear plan of just taking and putting the bishop here. And so Anna needs to figure out what she's doing against that because, the diagonals against her king are going to be quite weak. So, yeah, we're definitely in for an exciting finish here. And meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi has an extra pawn on the board against Prague, but he has an isolated pawn and he can't really move his rook without losing that pawn,
and cannot really move the king towards the other side.
So nothing's actually happening yet in this game either. So he just played g4, but again, I don't really see what white is even doing because white just cannot move their rook without losing a pawn, right? So this looks like it should end in a draw pretty quickly. Let's go back and take a look at Anna versus Nurgul. Now Anna has around 6 minutes left.
Yep, and Anna is spending about almost 2 minutes for her upcoming move.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's got to move this rook somewhere, right? So it's either like rook there or maybe rook there. And there's some ideas if you put the rook on f1, like maybe you can have some ideas of sacrificing for the bishop on f5 at some point. But the basic line, like, you know, if you go rook e1, like the obvious move, they're going to go here, here, and here. And you're going to feel uncomfortable as white. Like, I don't see a clear move here as white. Right? Like, at some point, black just wants to take. You'll be forced to take. Maybe then they're going to go like queen f6. And they can kind of always get your rook back. And they have the whole checks on the diagonal.
Yep, and the game between Arjun versus Pragnananda finished with a draw. And the players will have some time before their next game. So I think we can focus on the women's board now.
Yeah, well, fortunately for us, this game is providing the excitement for this round, right? Yeah. You can't really complain about you can't complain about the way this game is going because we've seen everything in this game. We've seen a pawn sacrifice by Salimova. We've seen, you know, compensation with the open files. We see like a really nice compensation with the bishop pair. So she did go rook e1. Yeah, she went for the most obvious move, rook e1. Salimova immediately captures on e4. So she's got a minute 15. It's tough. But now Anna is also, you know, under 5 minutes, and at least Salimova makes her next move quickly too. So that's a plus.
Yep, and just a friendly reminder, it's a 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So each player will play 2 games, and if the match is still tied, they will move on to the next tiebreak.
Yeah, okay. Now Anna played rook e4. Now she's giving Nurgul something to think about with bishop f5. But I guess
she took on e4.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f5, the thing is you have to calculate rook takes e7, bishop takes e2, rook e8. You get the queen, and I guess this is actually a bad endgame for... Or maybe I should have taken with the bishop to keep the tempo. But basically, this is a bad endgame for black, who's still down a pawn. I mean, it's still like not completely obvious, but yeah, like you're kind of in the end game at least. You got the queens off the board. So that's why Nurgul captured on e4 pretty quickly, and Anna is thinking again.
How to capture it back, yeah?
Yeah, with the queen, I don't think you can take with the rook anymore. Yeah, you're going to lose an exchange.
So,
if you take with the rook, you allow
F5.
bishop f5, and you're going to lose an exchange because rook e8 no longer works because of queen e8. And then this position, yeah, you're, well, losing quite a lot.
So it's either taking with the knight or with the queen. I think with the queen it's a little bit more natural because with the knight you're allowing some check, and also there's bishop f5 coming up.
You know, this is super exciting, right?
Yes,
This is so exciting. This is like, I mean, there's low on time, both of them, and the position is just like not clarified in any way whatsoever. We have like the white king being weak and white being up a pawn and controlling the e file. So both sides have their trumps in this position. So let's take a look. I mean, I guess queen takes sort of comes to my mind, but then bishop f5 or maybe even queen f6. Because if I go bishop f5,
you just play queen e8,
maybe there's queen e7 or queen e8, right? Actually, yeah, I think white wants to get that queen trade.
Takes with the bishop. We almost got
something like that. I mean, you can take, So I guess black really wants to keep the queens on the board.
Yes, so queen e4 is already on the board, and now Salimova is thinking queen a5.
Ooh.
Very brave.
That's actually looking pretty good to me, because that pawn is hanging. Queen c3 is an idea, and well, queen c3. There's still like queen c2, but yeah, it looks dangerous.
But for some reason, the e-file bar shows that it's
the queen a5 wasn't the best.
Wasn't the best.
Maybe queen f6. I mean, I don't know. Queen f6 also is looking very tempting.
Yeah.
Because
You
there's
just
like
want to get
all
diagonal.
these squares, right? Maybe
Right.
that's what she should have done. But okay, queen a5 is understandable. I mean, most important is that she avoided the queen trade, right? And that we're going to get a very exciting game out of this. So queen a5, like from a practical point of view, I am definitely okay with that move.
Yeah.
And now there's a line. There's a line which is not obvious to me at all for Anna. Like, so it was queen e8 and takes there and just like letting those checks happen. Obviously, I can see why she didn't want to do that. She played queen f4 to attack the rook and guard the knight. And I guess that king is going to d1.
Wow.
And I guess it might be going to e2. Interesting. But, you know, the problem for Salimova is the rook. So I kind of like Anna's move.
And the problem for Salimova is the time.
Yeah. And now I see why that queen needed to go to f6 because it also stops queen f4.
Yeah, queen f6 actually looks more natural.
It does look more natural. I completely agree.
So queen c3, a check, and king goes to d1.
Instantly. Yeah, other way would be checkmate. And now the problem is, again, what does she do with this rook? I mean, does she need to like sack it in some moment? The problem is like you go queen a1, king d e2, you're out of checks and your rook is hanging and you don't really want to go queen e5.
Bishop f5.
She did sack the rook.
She sacked the rook.
Wow. I mean,
Look at this.
that's what I think she kind of has to do, right?
Yep.
There's ideas of what, like bishop here and queen d3.
Salimova sacrificing the rook, and she's very fearless, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, when that rook is trapped, you know, you got to find those developing moves. Yeah, I mean, but I agree, like queen b8, king h7.
And it's actually winning.
And it's actually winning. And how is it winning? Like, what's our big threat here?
Bishop d3, queen c2, that's it.
Wow, you just want to mate me like that. You don't
Or-
even want to win a knight. Yeah,
Yeah.
very nice. I agree. I mean, it's a beautiful attack with the queen and the two bishops. Okay, Anna is facing a shock, I think, with this move.
I think we can have the camera on their board so we can see their time situation. It's 14 seconds for
Oh, wow,
Salimova.
14 seconds.
14
She made bishop
seconds.
f5 with 14 seconds. Incredible.
She's sacrificing a rook when her time is under 30 seconds. So she pretty much didn't really think so far ahead. It's just intuition. Now, yeah, intuition really matters because sacrificing a rook like that, wow.
Apparently, Anna's best move is not taking the rook, but going rook e3 to give the e2 square to the king safely, right? So something like that, and running with the king, and then Salimova has time to move her rook somewhere, and the game continues. Continues being super sharp. All right, so we're in the most exciting phase right now.
It is really exciting. So, yeah, rook e3 would have been actually very natural, yeah, if you see all these nuances with bishop d3 and queen c2. But yeah, of course, Anna is thinking whether it is okay for her to take the rook on b8 or not. Because if not taking, then black maintains her advantage. So there's some psychological dilemma there. You're not taking,
Yeah.
black is definitely better.
I love it how the most critical moment is coming when both players are like under 30 seconds. And the game is actually just blowing up to be like so interesting right now.
Oh,
she
took
the
it.
rook. She took the rook.
20
She made the
seconds
losing
left.
move. Okay.
Yeah, 20 seconds left on Anna's clock, and she took queen b8. And king h7, of course, instantly played. There is no other move. And
She
queen
went back.
Went back.
Is there bishop h6 here?
There-
Bishop h6 is interesting. I mean, but Salimova doesn't have a lot of time to work this out. How about bishop d3? How about
Just
your
bishop
idea?
d3. It's
Just bishop d3.
Bishop d3. I think it's
She
the
did a
move.
similar move like that. She had a similar move against Shuvalova. Maybe she'll remember it.
Yeah,
6
bishop
seconds.
d3.
Come on, bishop d3. Will she find it? No, she
Bishop
went for bishop
h6.
h6. Okay, it was too tempting not to do it, but it could be winning too.
Yeah, I think in this position, this pair of bishops is just too strong.
So queen f2 seems like the only move. Like, what else can Anna do to like not lose the knight? I think she has to go queen f2.
And Anna has to play fast. 14 seconds
Queen
left
f2.
on the clock.
Oh, but then there's bishop c2 and then bishop d3, and like her king is like getting trapped and she's losing the knight.
No, this is already losing, but we just have to see how they finish it. Anna, don't lose on time. One
Wow,
second
1
left on the
second.
clock. Oh my gosh.
1 second. What did she do? She moved queen f2.
Yes, and then bishop c2.
Bishop
check.
c2. Oh wait, there's a checkmate on d3 with the queen.
It is, and
Oh.
they shook hands. So
Wow.
what a win by Salimova. It was a very courageous a sequence of courageous decisions by Salimova, sacrificing a pawn in the
Yeah.
beginning, and then in the end sacrificing a rook in a very intense battle against Anna Muzichuk. Yep, I think I must applaud this. It's a very interesting game.
That was good. That was a good
was
show.
good.
Thank you, girls. For bringing on
Yeah.
this amazing show. Because it doesn't really get more exciting than that.
No, yeah, I totally agree because wow, and luckily for us, there is still one more game, so the entertainment doesn't stop here.
Yeah.
We still have another game, but we have to take the break while the players are also taking their break. So stay tuned and we will see you back in a few minutes.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format, star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport and many others. Record prize fund of €250,000. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, everyone. And we just witnessed the first game in the tiebreak in the open section and women's section. We saw that Arjun drew the game against Pragnananda, and Salimova won a very interesting and exciting battle against Anna Muzichuk, and she is going to play with white pieces on the second game. Irina, I must say that I love my job.
Yeah, well, that's right. That was quite the show that Anna and Ergul put up for us.
Yes.
I mean, it was pretty much as exciting as it can get. And you said that it was the most exciting game that you've seen yet in the rapid tiebreaks here in Baku.
Exactly. Usually, even though it's tiebreak, sometimes things can be very slow. But that game has already put fire, in the beginning of the opening event. So it's so exciting also to watch the finish line. Yeah?
Yeah. Well, that was really quite a beautiful finish in their game. Let's just take a look at it. We have a few minutes until the start, in case you missed it, guys. Well, right here, Salimova spent a long time before going
Bishop C8.
Bishop C8. Yeah, and she got down to like a little over a minute. It's like a good move, but we were very concerned about her time usage, and Anna had a lot more time. But somehow, because Salimova's next few moves are more obvious, she was kind of causing Anna to burn some time on the clock. And Anna went for rook e1 in this position. And already this is a problem, because first of all, already queen f6 was very powerful, I think, just winning the game.
Right.
But even queen a5 was quite uncomfortable for Anna. And, there was some crazy line where you, take this pawn and you allow the check and you go to d1. I mean, maybe you could do that. We could take a quick look. Queen e8, king h7, I take. Looks so dangerous, right? But at least you pin the bishop. And then, I don't know, bishop f5 is going to happen, and you're going to feel like you should resign. But
Maybe there's rook e7. Yeah?
maybe rook e7, and I don't know, you're going to have to drop this knight somehow, I think. But yeah, I kind of agree that rook e7 is probably the move. Of course, going for this as white is not easy at all.
Yeah, I mean, only black was actually playing in this position.
Oh, wow, they have started.
They have started, and we have a liftoff, and Salimova started with d4.
Yeah, all right. So Anna answered e6 and knight f3. So, yeah, of course, Anna has the Dutch defense in her repertoire, so that is a possibility for her to go for this move. Salimova's d4 is not a surprise. She's just sticking with her repertoire. Anna could go for some kind of a queen's gambit declined. She could play knight f6. Oh, she went for the Dutch. She's going back to her childhood opening, and hoping that her experience in these positions is going to be useful in this rapid game.
Right. And maybe while they're still thinking, we can see what's happening on the other board.
Yeah, we have a queen's gambit in the other game, starting with c4, e6, and knight c3, d5, d4, c6, and Prague, rather than going for the Marshall gambit with e4, which I recently used at the Cairns Cup against Anna Dzignidze, he just went for this immediate trade. So that's kind of something new for me. That it's normally not considered that great to trade so early, right? But again, there's these new approaches to the openings these days, guys. So he lets out the bishop on c8. And the thing is, you don't even have the bishop on g5 pinning the knight. So it's not like a typical Carlsbad yet. And black has way better chances of getting his bishop out to f5.
Right. And if we can quickly see what's happening on the board, I think it's bishop f4, knight f6, bishop g3, and knight h5.
Okay, so yeah.
No, is it? Oh, no, actually, knight goes to
yeah,
e7.
so knight, he played bishop f4, knight e7,
Knight
right?
e7,
So already it's
okay.
starting to get kind of unusual, and well, there's still games in this position, but I can tell you that this is not a common position of the queen's gambit that Arjun is going for, or that that Prague allowed him to do. So e3, knight g6, bishop g3, and knight h4. I mean, do we even have any games in this position? I don't think so. This might be an entirely new position after the move knight h4.
No, I must tell you that when you're facing some queen's gambit like this, and then you have the knight on h4, it's already not usual.
No, it's not. Not that early, right?
Not that early. Knight goes to h4 on move number 7.
And knight f3 played by Prague, and the knight got to f5. I mean, the idea of trying to target this bishop in the queen's gambit is certainly typical. You do have these ideas, like when the knight is on f6, you do try to go to h5 if the bishop is on f4 or g3. But yeah, this particular trajectory is not something I've ever seen. So, I mean, think about it. Black has moved his knight 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 4 times in the opening. I mean, that's kind of breaking a big opening rule. And he's let white develop, and yet somehow the position is still balanced. Yeah, because I guess just the knight is actually quite well placed there.
Right. Wow. This is a very unusual but very unique. It's all these knight moves. How many moves does the knight do? Like knight g8 to e7, g6, h4, and now f5.
Yeah, 4.
4 moves out of 8. So 50% of the moves are the knight moves.
Well, you would think that bishop d3 would be Prague's next move. What else could he be thinking about here? Like moving with this bishop, trying to escape the trade? I don't know. I don't really think he's going to do that. I do think that like bishop d3 looks okay. I'm not so worried about you taking and going for this position. So yeah, probably bishop d3 would be my choice.
And that's very natural as well. It's just I think Prague is thinking whether he should provoke any bishop e5 or even bishop f4. Yeah, but I think bishop f4 will lead to some h6, g5 maybe.
Maybe.
Or also
just
bishop d6. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of choices. It's just a matter of taste, I guess, because you totally could do anything in this position. You can even play queen c2 if you want to.
Yep. The question is like, do you want to save this bishop or not? Right. So with bishop f4, you're like making an attempt to save it. Then they usually would answer bishop d6 because the trade of these bishops is normally quite okay. And then, if you want to make it like really double-edged, you can go there and like allow them to take you and take on these double pawns. And that's a very interesting structure where you get this e5 square, this bishop is not so good. I mean, I've always actually found this very fascinating. Obviously, it's a huge change to the pawn structure. But if you really want to unbalance the game, this is one way to do it. So we'll see what Prague is going to go for here. It's really quite, it's like a critical path, right? Critical moment where there's like a lot of different paths.
Right.
And let's take a look, actually, what's going on in Nurgul's game with Anna. So Anna has chosen this Dutch defense. She's been playing quite quickly. So she has this interesting mix of e6 and g6. Nurgul just reacting quite normally. And rook e1 and knight e4. Okay, well, Anna, at least what I can say is at least she's familiar with these positions. She knows these ideas. When I said this is her childhood opening, it obviously extended beyond her childhood. I mean, she was playing this quite frequently. I mean, even as a professional player, so you always kind of had to think about the Dutch when you were preparing for her. But these days, of course, it features less in her repertoire.
Right.
But, it's never surprising to see you come back to something like that you've played so much in a must-win situation.
Yes, and it's always a good idea to play on the flank in a must-win situation, not in the center, or not to have like a symmetrical position. So this is already a very wise choice by Anna.
Yeah, in a way, right? But I mean, I think the thing is like Salimova is playing very natural moves, and in this position, she attacked this knight, which I like. Here, personally, would I go for BC or queen takes? So here's the thing, like BC in general is not bad. You want to go e4, but you just have to kind of know what you're doing against this move. Because I think Anna kind of has to go for this. She has to go for e5, because otherwise, if you allow white to blast things open with this move, like you just really have nothing left to do in your position. So you must do that with the point that, you know, if I go e4, well, then you actually have a few different moves. You can A, consider taking, but then I take with the queen, and then you don't really have bishop f5 because of b7. So something like that, right, is the point. I mean, you would think it's quite typical, and you know, white needs to act quickly here, because otherwise black, I think, will actually get, you know, the game they're looking for.
Yes. So yeah, I think I agree with you in this position. Yeah, you have to play something like this. In a way, again, you have to play in the flank, closing the center, and then try to attack, because you cannot just sit still and wait, as you said, waiting for white to blast open the center.
Yeah. I mean, maybe like white in this particular position needs to look at moves like c5. I mean, I certainly would, you know, consider anything I can to start trading off my double pawns and trying to open the center before black is developed. So objectively, you know, white seems to be doing pretty well here. So BC is quite possible, and she actually went for the other move.
Yeah, she took it with the queen.
Yeah, which is perfectly fine as well. It makes e4, all these moves look possible, like including queen e8, right? I mean, even queen e7, because then I have rook e8. All right, like if you go bishop f4 and I have rook e8, I'm just actually winning well, maybe I'm not winning a piece. Maybe there's some sort of bishop d5. Maybe there's g5 winning something, right? So, you know, Anna had some choices here, but she decides to go for knight c6. Obviously, this move is what she's really interested in playing, but she's also giving white a chance to prepare for it.
Yep. What about another flank attack? For example, if I play b4 and then put my bishop on b2.
Yeah, but b4 and then e5.
That's a bit shaky, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like we're giving them what they want. So what to do?
And let's say e3
Afterwards, yeah?
after e5, yes.
Yeah, you can go for this position. It's going to be kind of complex. I mean, I agree that you can play it. The only thing is that I'm not sure whether black is actually unhappy to see this. So, you know, there is kind of play with some points with e4, maybe knight e7, d5. There's that type of idea, which is actually quite typical. I can even try it, I would say, right away. And then with the d5 move. So that's one thing I could do. Yeah, I mean, my point is actually, right, all that Anna needs is to get a game, right? So we're like, it would have been nice to not make it so easy for her. Like, I feel like if she's in this position as black, great. I mean, you actually got the perfect scenario, right? Like, you got a very playable position, unbalanced, lots of pawns still on the board, flexibility in the pawn structure. Like, what can you complain about in a must-win situation here as black?
Right. Wow. If Salimova could win this match, man. If we say that Nijat Abbasov is like the dark horse in the open section, Salimova will be like the white horse. Like she's the angel, a deadly angel that is riding a white horse, you know?
Yeah.
But she looks...
We have a dark horse and a white horse. Very nice. Okay.
Look at that.
All the ponies have come.
Yeah, those are underdogs, but they've been showing, I think, like 100 rating above their ratings.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I mean, I have not really been able to feel that Salimova is such an underdog.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like at all.
I mean, she got those big tests right against Shuvalova and Muzichuk, and in those classical games, yeah, you could not feel that.
Yeah, she's playing as if she's already, you know,
like
in
a part
that
of
level.
a part of that group.
Yeah, a part of that group.
Well, here she played bishop g5. Not really a move that I think worries Anna too much. Obviously, as black, there's no reason to be trading pieces like that. So queen e8 makes sense to me. And the question is, okay, first of all, what the bishop is doing there, because one day it could get attacked. And the second question is, can we finally play e4? Can we do something active? Because I think this move is actually very important for white. And that's what I would be trying to do. Because this move doesn't give Anna an easy life. And the point of bishop g5 that I think Salimova played is to get the queen to go to the e file where it's not so well lined up with the rook. Because now you're going to have some trouble, I think, playing e5. Well, or at least you can try it. You probably should.
Yep. Well, e5 is definitely looks very tempting. And
the problem is that I'm taking, right? The problem is that I'm taking. And first of all, if you take with a knight, then in general, like I'm quite okay just trading pieces with you, right? Like there's only you can't really go for these positions as black and like in a must-win situation, right? Like even if it's okay, things are getting way too simplified and lots of trades are going to happen. So that's why like 100%, like I'd be looking at e4 for Salimova, and I mean after e5 pawn takes. I guess Anna would need to take with the e pawn. She can't really afford trading any pieces. And then, I mean, I guess in this position, I can take, because on e4, there's f6. Right, so you'd have to take with the pawn, and we would have quite a complicated position here. But isn't there some way for me to use this relationship? That's the question.
I think just simply move the queen. It's okay. You just have to remove yourself from this diagonal just to prepare against e4. The position itself is already good for white now, because now the bishop on g5 is stabilized. There is no way for you to trap the bishop anymore. You could just put it safely on h4, and you can bring all the pieces in the center.
Like rook a d1. Well, can't we just take a look at this move? Because I feel like this is the move that is the key test of all of this. You can't even take with the bishop. Well, maybe you can, but
There's a check first.
check on d5.
Yeah, so bishop e5, check on d5
Oh,
first.
queen d2.
Okay, now I hope the players, especially, I know the nerves when you're playing in the tiebreak, right? And you tend to just play some safe move, like consolidating many things, but then a little too safe is not actually good for your chess. You have to also play like your normal chess, as in there's nothing at stakes, but of course it's hard.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am very disappointed that we didn't see this move. I mean, this is like the critical move, like white's main idea. So I feel like going queen d2, well, maybe. I mean, maybe, but it's just like, it's not critical compared to e4.
I think what she's actually planning is putting the queen on d2 first, and after e5 takes, and now you play e4. I think you can still do that.
But then you got to worry about h6. It's very different, because now, right, so e5 happened. Of course, Anna's not, she's gonna play her main idea.
And already took.
And now
e4.
Yeah, and now e4, you're gonna run into like f4 and h6, and this is the problem. And it's, timing is everything in chess, isn't it? And now the bishop that we put here, that we were kind of worried about would get attacked, is gonna get attacked.
Yeah, well,
unfortunately,
yeah, but that takes.
I mean, but queen d2, it's like it feels so wrong, You're like backwards. Where's the fight for the initiative,
Okay, let's try to make sense of that move. Maybe what she's trying to plan is bishop h6 in this position.
Yeah. Well, no, but here's the thing. Like, the thing is, like, everyone knows what each side is playing for. Black is playing for e5. White's playing for e4. This is the only two ideas that really, I think, in the position, right? So when you go queen d2, I mean, yeah, no one's really, I mean, you can play that move, but black is going to be keeping you busy with the advance in the center, right? And because now there's like e4 already on the horizon. And so actually she's going for this trade. Okay. But that's fine. It's like solid enough, right? just not very ambitious. But
Okay, I think the critical line here is
Yeah.
e4 because
Yeah.
after you take on g7, e can take f3 first. Because if
and
you
then but then I take an f8 though. I'm going to be up in exchange.
right, so you taking on f8, taking on
Mm-hmm.
g2, yeah. So I think e4 cannot be played. Yeah.
Well, e4 can be played, but I don't know if it's good because after bishop g7, I think you have to play king g7, and I think
then
it's fine.
knight d4, it is fine now.
But then, okay, maybe Anna's not going to like this because it is quite solid for white. I mean, black is fine, I think. Actually, interesting move. Maybe bishop d7. There also could be a way to take on the doubled pawns. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we could just go, queen e5 and just take on the double pawns for the sake of this active queen. I think we could also examine that. I mean, the queen is very powerful here, and, there's probably bishop e6, rook d8. But the thing for Anna is that she might look at all these positions and be like, well, just too much stuff is getting traded. By the way, she's got a huge time advantage again, 10 minutes.
10 minutes is a lot.
Yes. So let's see what she can do that is like the most interesting here. What can we suggest for Anna? How about bishop e6? Bishop e6, but the problem is, you know what the problem is? You're going to trade with me and then go put your queen back on that square where it's really good. And basically I just have problems with that pawn. So I feel like I need to do something more incisive. How about taking? Let's take. Let's get your queen over out of the center. And then I think we got to go for e4. Yeah, I think we got to play this move.
Knight g5.
Yeah. Well, I'm okay. You can pretend to attack me.
Queen e7.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would be okay here because these pieces are a little bit stuck, but all right. She went queen e7. Let's go back. This was definitely an important moment for Anna. Queen e7, yeah? Bishop takes, and what did she take with the king? Okay. Yeah. But it's very solid for white.
It is.
Queen c3.
Or rook a d1 too. Yeah.
And
And
I
then
mean, the problem is black kind of got their main idea in, right? They've got the space in the center, but it's a little tricky to use it. Like, this is not a very dangerous move. But this one also allows the knight in there. And then you're trading so many things. And yeah, I mean, she's got 12 minutes. It's a pretty simplified position. I still think that white's in good shape to get a draw here. So she played queen c3. Yeah.
Yep. I think Anna will take some time to think about on this position. Let's update ourselves on the other game. So there's nothing much actually going on.
Not much. I mean, the only thing is that Prague really surprises me with this move. I mean, I don't know why it's going out there so early. I really don't get it, to be honest. It's a very unusual move, right? Out of all, rather than develop your pieces, you're bringing out your queen, but you're not even really attacking anything. So, I mean, I don't know. It's very hard for me to understand that move, but okay. A5 by Aragaisi. Well, that looks, again, lots of options for black, but that one I can at least understand a little bit more than queen b3. By the way, Prague is also spending a lot of time on these quite simple moves in the opening. I think they got to speed up. So this happened. And then they actually got into the structure. Black played g6. So the structure is pretty normal. Again, I just have to wonder, what is this queen doing here? I mean, it's just going to get hit by the pawn. It's going to need to go back. So, yeah, it's a bit of a mystery to me.
Right. So, yeah, this g6, bishop g7 is the next move. Yeah, what is this a5 doing? So probably the knight goes to a6 and then to c7, something like that, some maneuvering.
But now we're going to see his point. So, yeah, the only reason really to have the queen there is for ideas of e4. And he actually goes for that. Of course, it's a big change in the pawn structure. And how good it's going to be without having a dark square bishop on the board, I'm not sure. But it's interesting. I mean, he's saying basically hey, I'm maybe I'm better developed than you. Like, actually, I am developed and you're not. Maybe that pawn move to a5 also, I have to say, by Arjun is not like necessarily, like I feel like we could have developed our pieces. We didn't have to go making more pawn moves, right? Like there was nothing wrong with bishop e7.
So this game is a real contrast to their first game where everything was just, especially Arjun was just blitzing out the moves. And here he's really taking time to ponder on his opening moves.
Yeah, because they've created a new position right from the get-go. Neither of them, really know it, and they're just kind of improvising. And I think, they're not playing standard moves either. Like Prague, I think, is kind of going out of his way to do something unusual, and Erigaisi is also like obliging him. Like just that's why we have this position where white has 4 pieces out and black has 0.
Right.
Because they're kind of both agreeing, I think, with each other to do something unusual.
Right.
So e4, okay. Let's
to do
think.
this.
Yeah, I want to say that there's a typical idea in these positions, by the way. Sometimes, like on this move, there could be something like that. Or even like that.
95, yeah, 95
Yeah,
should be the
like
move.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was something like this, because we're threatening checkmate. And if you go bishop e6, then you have to calculate queen b7 and this rook getting attacked in the corner, kind of a wild and crazy position. And also you have to calculate this, maybe just something simple, where I move my bishop out of the way and then I just recapture the pawn and have an initiative for free.
Yep.
So Arjun is definitely under some pressure with this move e4.
And he played bishop g7.
Just imagine how much more comfortable he would feel if his bishop was like developed somewhere and this pawn was just back there. I feel like it would be a nice replacement.
Yeah, so it is a question now whether Arjun saw this idea before or not. Because judging from his opening choices with this a5 and g6, it's as if he allowed this. Maybe he felt that it is fine, or maybe he just simply didn't see this idea before.
Yeah, no, well, e4 with queen on b3, it's actually very typical, but, it's always possible to, like, miss something even when you know it.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's
that's
seen it
what
before.
I meant.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's seen it, but on this particular game, there's also a chance that he forgot about this.
Exactly. Right. So he went e4 and actually sacking a pawn, which I think is very logical. Yeah, finally completing some development, and Prague, also getting castled. Okay, this part I can understand. So white's up a pawn, but black has the bishop pair. And does this make this position balanced? So now what does black do? You would think that maybe just taking back. Oh, what's kind of cool? That if I take back, first of all, you might not be able to take with a knight for a lot of reasons, but one of them could be a4, right? It's actually using the a pawn in a productive way.
Yeah, that's so nice. And after queen, and then bishop e6. So he took it. He took d5.
Can we take with a queen? Or is there just rook d8 in the end? Or like what happens here?
Just knight c6, I guess. You don't have to take it back.
Yeah. You just go for this. Yeah, black is just going for piece play. Okay. Yeah, I think that basically Arjun just, once he avoided like the mistake of taking the pawn, right, and he just developed, okay, then he's definitely on the right track with that.
Right. And you know what's funny? Last night I asked both of them. So just pick a number, because we also wouldn't know how many games they will play. But just pick a number. How many times do you think you'll play tomorrow? As in, I was asking last night.
Wow.
And then Pragnananda said, "Oh, I don't know. I really don't know." And Arjun, "What about you, Arjun?" "Yeah, I also don't know." Then I was like, "Just pick a number. Maybe 4." Arjun said. So you're thinking that the match will be over after the second rapid tie break, 10 minutes plus 10. Yeah, maybe. And then I asked Pragnanda, "Do you agree with this?" "I still don't know."
Yeah, of course.
So
it's hard to know.
It is because their performances here are very solid, and rating wise they're also very close. So this is a very, very close up match.
Yeah. But looks like Prague got nothing from this opening.
Yep.
with white. So I think they are going into
They're
that
going
next
into
part.
the next one.
I mean, white has to be a bit careful given the fact that black has this powerful bishop on the board. But actually, it should be fine. There could even be a scenario of bishops of opposite color coming up, right? So like I gotta trade, I think. And then maybe even consider knight b5.
Knight b5, then I think just takes twice on d4. Just take everything.
Yeah.
Or
well,
you
if
can,
you do that, then we get our draw.
yeah. And you also can include bishop g4. I think it's also making sense.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting myself into slight trouble or something.
It should be fine. Bishop e2 is there.
Yeah. I mean, it should be okay, but still black has like slightly the better look of this position, right? Just
Yeah.
it does look a little bit better for black.
Yep. So knight c6 is already on the board. Yeah. So, yeah, there's almost nothing out of this opening. Yeah. It's very balanced.
Yeah, well, I have to say that, like, of course, the opening, first of all, I mean, the choice of immediately taking on d5 is, like, really not standard, and it's, like, obviously a concession, right? So, again, these new approaches are being used, and especially in rapid games, players feel like they can just try things that are maybe, like, not optimal, and they know that, but they'll give them a try to get their opponents out of book. But obviously you're opening up this bishop very early and you might not even be able to stop him from going to f5. And then, Arjun was like, okay, let's develop differently then. Came up with this kind of creative plan. And I know from my point of view, it's really like queen b3 that I just think like, wasn't really necessary. Like I would try to go for some other approaches for white. Like if Prague wanted this position, just kind of go bishop d3 right away because the queen on b3 could stand kind of unfortunately. And as we saw, like, okay, e4 is interesting, but it seems like still, I mean, you're kind of breaking your pawn chain, obviously. You don't have a dark squared bishop anymore, so they just kind of attack you. This was probably just way too risky and like positionally unfounded. I mean, I guess you can think about e5, but e takes d5 is a lot safer. But yeah, it's not really going to be enough to get him anything in this game.
So rook a d1 is on the board. And you can play bishop e6. You can actually take and bishop g4 as well. I think that's very simple.
Can we even take on d4?
Interesting.
I mean, just to check like the most principled lines, right? Knight takes, and I was thinking even just queen takes, like queen takes, knight takes, and bishop takes. Like, what do you got here? Seems like all the pieces are coming off the board because you don't really have that tactic, right?
Yep.
I got my counter tactic. So, okay, I think our audience can understand if we want to move on to the game where there seems to be a bit more at stake because Anna's life in this tournament is at stake.
Yep.
She needs to win with black, and their position is at least more unbalanced. So we last saw it over here. Anna played queen f6, rook ad1, bishop e6. So she put her queen here to protect the pawn so she could develop. h4, h6, b4, and e4. Okay, she's kind of forcing Anna to do that because b5 is a big threat. And knight d4.
And now it's already a direct attack to the bishop on e6. So Anna has to think how to deal with this position. Whether bishop f7, bishop g8. I don't think Anna will let Salimova take this bishop on e6, like by playing rook a, e8, something like that.
I mean, Anna's hope in this game is the clock. She's got, a big time edge, but the problem is that white's position is very solid and pieces are coming off the board now.
Yep, and she's also facing a difficult option here. Like what I mentioned with bishop f7 or bishop g8, you might actually have this idea by playing h5 because it cannot be taken nor pushed g5 because f5 would have been a weakness.
You're talking about this move for white at some point.
Yes. So also if the bishop is leaving e6 and ignoring the fact that at some point, this rook on d1 can jump over d7. So it's going to be very dangerous as well. So Anna has to be really careful on her move.
Well, can I go bishop d7 or am I walking into something? Because, I mean, ideally, like I really don't want to just go into this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe we can go for this and like play the end game with a5 being an important move and trying to get play on the a file, or provoking you to do this. And by the way, there's kind of a nice plan of putting the king here.
Right. So maybe going to the endgame is also an option for Anna.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this will be a better endgame for black.
Yeah, maybe Anna can actually go for that because it would be kind of tempting for Salimova to trade queens, and that might actually be a mistake. You know, this is because it's kind of possible to underestimate the problems here as white. Like you're thinking, oh, I'm trading pieces, getting closer to drawing, but then suddenly you start having a lot of pawns on the light squares, some dark square weaknesses. Black has that space, right? And then you like have that plan, your bishop's not that good, and you start experiencing problems, you know? I can absolutely see her, making that misjudgment, especially given like that she's played rather tentatively in this game. But rook takes d4 is objectively, I guess, the better move. Somehow keeping the queens on the board, it stops the king from having that free road up to e5.
Right, yes. Yep. So Anna has been spending more than 3 minutes for her upcoming move, but she has plenty of time. There is like 9-minute difference between her time and Rugiul Salimova's.
Let's say rook d8, rook d1, rook takes, and rook takes.
And after another rook d8, then just e3, yeah? It's pretty
yeah,
safe there.
e3. Yeah, rook d8, you go e3. So like that. And you can always take with the pawn and be doing totally fine. So black cannot trade off everything. And there's the reason you want the queens on the board is like there's a lot of tricks. Like, there's all these little tricks on this diagonal, actually. You don't want to give black a free hand, actually, to play the end game. But she goes rook e8.
Oh, rook a e8. This is the move that I was thinking that she might not play it. But
It's an interesting move. She wants the imbalance. Yeah, she wants the imbalance. She's basically inviting Salimova to take on e6 and play an imbalance of bishop versus knight, which I think is interesting. It's an interesting idea. Like, let's take a look at it. I mean, Salimova is probably going to go for it. And she's also kind of inviting her to trade queens. But again, we know that end game could be unpleasant.
There's also rook d7.
And that's what would concern me the most. And I think her plan here, well, which rook is going to go to block? That's the question.
I think f7.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, she's going for this type of position. I think it's a good idea, actually. Because I feel like there's still some questions here for white.
Queen e3, yeah? Just getting this h6.
Queen e3, but there's rook d6. You want to attack the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, also b5 coming.
But now it's imbalanced. That's imbalanced. And so,
I think it would be in Anna's favor if the queens are off the board because
but look at that. Like, look at how unbalanced this is. I feel like
takes.
I feel like,
And then b5.
Yeah, but I got knight d4. And also I got f4. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to want to play this kind of stuff, right? Like, f4, you're going to say it's not a big deal, yeah? Like, you just move your queen somewhere. But my point is that, like, this is all these scenarios are okay for Anna. She's looking for scenarios like this. So let's see. Actually, I have a good feeling about this game for Anna.
That this is a comeback, yeah?
Yeah. I'm ready to make my prediction, guys. You know how I like to lose my money, right? So I'm gonna put $100,000 on this outcome.
No, Irina, you already lost lots of money with your bets.
I know. I'm a gambler. What can I say? Yeah. Well, no, I'm just, you know why I have this good feeling? It's the time edge, and it's the psychological. It's like what I see. You know, it's like, you know, she kind of played this way against Shuvalova too, where she needed a draw with that extra piece. She didn't
Right.
get that draw.
Yep.
Because I feel like if you need to make a draw, play E4. You know, always make a draw from a position of strength.
And she did rook d7 and rook f7 is on the board. So we're coming closer to what we predict.
Yeah. So rook d7, rook f7. Okay. No, I mean when you're you're like 4 minutes and under, you've given up 10-minute advantage, right? And there's still a lot of play, and the end game is like a whole separate stage of the game, right? It's like it's not like the most trivial end game. So I just feel like, okay, look, Anna is going to get her chances here.
Yep.
So all right, we'll see if I can make up that 100,000 I lost in the Dominguez game.
No, but she's not going to trade the queen. She'll play queen e3, yes. So
Yeah, that's what we looked at.
Yep.
And here I'm predicting g5 by Anna. Now she has
she has
other
to play.
moves.
She has
yeah.
to play g5, I think, yeah.
I mean, king g7 is a move. I don't think g5 is a bad idea.
She'll play g5.
There you go.
Knowing Anna, she will go for this. Yeah.
I think this is the kind of move she likes.
Yep.
There you go. And now you're posing some problems to your opponent.
So you have to takes, and
And we were looking at b5 is where we paused.
b5. I definitely go for b5.
Yeah, you go for b5. Now you have other options, but I guess like your pawn is hanging, which is what you were concerned about, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're forcing the issue. Now I have a lot of interesting moves, right? So, okay. Well, Anna's going to think for a few seconds, but she'll take with the pawn. Yeah, she's not going to take with the queen, so don't think too long here. Do I not understand something? I thought HG was like a forced. Oh, she's thinking, because she's thinking maybe about the endgame as well. Queen
That's
takes
possible.
Queen takes is actually possible.
Yeah, but I will not take it. Let's play some move like, if I play queen c5, there's rook e5. And luckily for Anna, that's a trap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The queen has to move back to e3, but that's not what white wants.
This is actually quite interesting because the point of this is that she gets to push through like e3 in some lines. I still think she's not going to go for it, but there's also f4. Like if she basically wants to. It's actually interesting to think about, for sure, because like if I go here, you're probably going to play f4. It's actually going to be quite the game. And you don't have e3 yet, but you do have like this stuff. But who knows, right? Like who knows what's going on here? I guess, I mean, I still feel instinctively like she'll probably go for HG.
Yeah,
But
I think she's calculating queen g right now, but I think in the end, she might actually play HG.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you can never make any automatic captures, yeah? Like queen takes g5 is less natural looking, but actually interesting. You know, because the end game is just not simple for white. The end game, like her rook and bishop are quite passive, and this pawn is already hanging, and you know, the knight can come in, right? So I can see why she's thinking. Actually, she's totally right to think here. This is not an automatic recapture with the h pawn at all.
Right.
In fact, you know, it really might be the best thing to take with the queen and like try to get that end game. Now I think she's on the right track. She's realized that this is a good opportunity and to pose some unexpected problems. So I feel like, okay, yeah, I think there's a decent chance we're going to see queen g5 because she still has ideas of attacking on the king side, but then she's got these additional ideas of trading the queens.
Yep, and she's thinking already about 2.5 minutes, and I think it is quite likely for her to actually come with queen g. The more I think about it, the more I like the move.
Yeah, you know, this move, okay, like there's some kind of move like f4. And I don't know what we're going to do there. Like, do we just move our queen back? Because maybe we do. Maybe we just move our queen back and kind of keep the game going. Because if I take, you know, mathematically, maybe that's like better, but then we're trading And we're trading a bunch of things, and I don't know, you're threatening that, and you can't really go there because, first of all, there's b7, there's rook b1.
I think a3.
A3 by white, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, but then, I'm sorry, like it was black's turn here, yeah.
Knight b and then a3. And then
Knight here?
and then a3. If knight c2.
But there's also knight d3.
Knight d4.
There's
Also knight
yeah,
d4
yeah.
as well. Yeah. Maybe you just simply take on
Yeah,
b7.
no, this is not an easy decision for Anna. Actually, I'm not sure which one is better because, you know, it's not like she has to be practical. Also, this decision is like, where are the? It's not, you know, it's not where's the mathematical advantage. It's where is it like harder for my opponent to play. Is actually what this is about. And I mean, it could be that HG is like still a pretty good practical decision.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, because this is the real big question. Like on this move in f4, what's she gonna do? Where is she going? And there's, you know, there's ideas of if you don't take me, you know, in the long run, there's ideas of like, let's say this pawn becoming some kind of a target, right? And so it's pretty tricky.
Yep, but Anna is also needing to press Salimova on the clock. So it's better, she'd better move fast.
Yeah. By the way, what's going on in Prague versus Arjun? Prague has an extra pawn for the moment, but it's bishops of opposite color. He might be losing that pawn in the near future, although he's up a bit on the clock now. What did Arjun play? He attacked the bishop. There's a lot of places the bishop can't move because he'll lose it. This bishop is actually coming under attack. He went bishop b5. And rook d2. Yeah, we've seen these ideas before, this concept of compensation. It's actually pretty hard to save that pawn, yeah? Yeah, black I think is completely fine.
Yep.
Could be even a little bit better sometimes, like, you know, like if white goes there, just to illustrate, like, well, this could be a draw, but like I would still take black if I manage my bishop there, which I don't, right? Then it's a draw. Yeah, because I get rid of the rook before you have time for bishop d4. Yeah, no, okay, no, this game is going to be a draw. So let's go back. Let's go back to Anna.
And Anna's still thinking.
She's still thinking, but you know, this is really an important moment for her. So do you want to?
Do you want to bet again?
Yeah.
Is that your
Let's
question?
double the bet. What do you think she's going to take back with?
I think with the pawn.
You think with the pawn? Yeah. Very difficult now to be in her shoes, like knowing what the stakes are.
Yep.
That it might depend on this recapture.
Oh, she took with the queen.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, at least she didn't have any bad moves, right?
Yeah.
It was like just two different roads.
Yep.
She went for the one that is like the more surprising one because she keeps the pawns separated. But I think, you know, that also could be a little unpleasant for Salimova. And I'm not sure, like, will she come up with this f4 move? Because she has a lot of choices. She took.
It's surprising.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. That's how you get that win. You go into the end game with like the better minor piece and hopefully the control of the open file.
No, this really shocking me because I think if I understand correctly, shouldn't trade the queens on this type of position because only black is better in the end game.
Sure, but you know what? You need time to make those evaluations, and you know she doesn't have a lot of it. So I'm not shocked by her decision. Well, hold on. Why would I be shocked? Remember she played queen d2. That was the shocking move, right? After that, you know, queen takes g5 looks pretty natural. And so she played f3. Okay, so are we going to see black play e3 here?
Yeah, I think it's why not, right? The knight comes to d4.
Yeah, but the only problem is f4, though. e3 I want to do, but the problem is there's f4, and you actually open up your bishop.
And can I just take on b4 then?
You can, but then all these lines that, like, you know, was maybe rook b1, and eventually I take that pawn. So maybe she needs to be careful not to let the bishop out. She actually probably does have to be careful. f3 is interesting. So, like, what's her idea? Now, on this move, actually, I want to know what happens here. Can I not just take that pawn? Knight takes b4. I mean, it does look like a pawn. But maybe you know what it is that you want to do? You're going to go rook b1, and if I play c5, you have a3. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what she's thinking. And also if a5, there is also a3, yeah? So either way.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I could go after rook b1. I could go for this. Now, what's going on here?
Too many tradings.
Yeah, but I guess I'm losing too many pawns, right?
Also, the pawn on e4 is not very strong anymore.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right about that. All right. Well, okay, important moment for Anna. I mean, right now there's also this move with the knight, which is quite interesting because it just targets this pawn and stops the rook from getting activated. And maybe, and if you go king f2, then there's e3, right?
But I think in this position, you should take on e4 first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and taking. And
The funny thing is, like, if I can just kind of get c6 in and restrict your bishop, like, I'm still pretty happy. What if you go e3, though?
knight c2.
And knight c2 and rook e2?
You still have this yet?
We return to that idea, so maybe I have to go somewhere else. Maybe knight f5.
Knight f5.
Knight f5. But then you have king f2.
Maybe just knight c6 and then see how it is.
Yeah, what about this?
Wow.
Can we go for a rook endgame even though they're notoriously drawn?
No, this f3 is a very strong pawn.
Yeah, and the idea is that on g4,
Rook
there's
e4.
rook e4, and
So it's quite
actually I
comfort
win
then.
some pawns, right?
Yeah, black is standing
well,
better
okay,
then.
look, it's tricky. It's not going to be an easy win for Anna, and she's getting lower on time too. But okay, we will see. I don't know. She's got to probably find this knight d4 move. I'm not sure how many other options she has.
Takes.
Okay,
Bishop
she
takes.
took. Bishop takes, and just king f6. That wasn't the most incisive, was it? Okay. I feel like my bank account is going to get a little smaller.
Yeah, there is b5 here. I think she will go for it.
I'm a little worried because she's let this bishop out. She's activated her opponent's bishop. And what is really her point here? I mean, I understand she got out of that, skewer. Her pawn structure is a bit better, but, is that enough to win? I guess she thinks this position is still a nice edge for her.
No, she's not going to go for this.
Yeah, she's not going to go for the trade. Well, I'm sure that's what Anna at least had to think about because, obviously Salimova is thinking about piece trades here.
She played king f2.
King f2. All right. And now, what could we come up with? Is it ever possible to take that pawn?
Yes, because you have rook b6. Now knight d3 is a tactic. Yep, so that pawn is now free. And we have a result. Another draw in the game between Pragnananda versus Arjun Arigaisi. So they will move to the next tie break of 10 minutes plus 10 seconds.
Yeah, so far their games have been a little too balanced, right? So we haven't really seen the fireworks come out, but that's going to happen, I guess, in the 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think so too. And Anna took b4. Yeah, king f2 is a blunder because of that reason. This rook b1 idea is no longer working because there is knight d3 with the discovery. So
wait. So you're saying, okay, there's no rook b1 because we
rook
have
b6.
that rook b6,
Yeah.
and then you can't even attack the rook
Yes,
because we
because
win the
knight
rook.
d3.
Very cool, very cool. All right. So knight takes b4. Okay, Anna is the first one to snatch a pawn.
I think.
Now, what about bishop takes b7? Do we just take on
A2?
Do we just take on a2 and say like, hey, I'm up a pawn, and on rook a1, I'm going to still have knight c3. And I still have the counterattack there. And if you go bishop f3,
There's
I have
G4.
g4. And otherwise, I guess, like, what if I go e3? How do you
There's
guard
rook
this pawn? Rook
b6,
b6.
rook
And
b2.
it's starting to look a little unpleasant. Okay. Look, this is good news for Anna fans.
Yep.
She's got her chances, guys.
Yep. So she took it. So I think Nurgul simply missed this idea of knight d3.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm sure she saw that after knight b4 there's rook b1 on the previous move, but now after king e2 it changes the situation. So bishop takes b7.
Anna's thinking about knight a2. She's looking at that pawn.
She's looking at that pawn.
Yeah, you
yes.
can just tell, right? There's no mistake about it.
Right.
Okay, you know what the good news is? This is also going to be really exciting. Like all the action's like going to take place in the next few minutes here. And we really don't know. I mean, there's always chances in the end game to make a draw with this limited material. But at the same time, Anna does have the advantage and the advantage on the clock. Can she use that productively?
Yep. And wow, it's
Maybe she's thinking
3
about rook
minutes.
b6. Maybe she's thinking, maybe should I first attack the bishop and then capture the pawn? Because the rook on b6 is pretty good and can come to b2. I actually think that could be a nice improvement, a nice intermediate move.
Yep. Yeah, rook b6 I think is also very natural. You just want to attack. Maybe also thinking that if taking on a2, she'll be able to get the knight back to the game or not, because that looks a bit awkward, but I think it should be fine. So 4 minutes versus 1.5.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, both of her choices here are playable. She could take the pawn first, or she could throw in the intermediate move rook b6 and then take the pawn. But she's going to be up a pawn in any case. She's down to under 4 minutes now. I would try to make a decision a bit faster. In my mind, rook b6 is actually kind of obvious. Like, I mean, if there's nothing bad about it, then it kind of gives you the option of rook b2, and especially in a sort of a blitz situation, you just sort of do it.
Yep.
That would be me. But I mean, she's trying to calculate a knight a2, rook a1, which I understand that too. Maybe she's thinking like, okay, it's even better if
Rook b6. So
Yeah.
she decided this move.
Okay, cool.
So the bishop has to go back to f3 or g2, yeah? f3.
F3. All right. So F3, one day G4 can happen. In fact, maybe it should happen now. I wonder. Or maybe not. Yeah,
Knight
maybe just
takes.
take the pawn. I mean, because if white ever plays G4, maybe you have F4. But I was a little, concerned about that.
Yep. So just another reminder again that Anna Muzichuk is in a must-win situation because she lost the first tiebreak game and now it's the second game and she has to win this.
Yep, G4. That's the move that I was, maybe hoping to avoid. But I think we can go F4 here. I think we can do that. Like if we go F4.
F4 is looking tempting.
It's tempting, yeah, but now white kind of stabilized their king side. Maybe like they don't have to worry about G4 themselves. They can start going for some sort of counterplay. It's actually not so obvious. But can she run with this pawn? That's a really hard decision to make, actually. Like, I don't really see her playing A5. It would be, I guess, very impressive if, like, she would. But I don't know. It's really hard to see that happening. It's just so hard for players psychologically to make that decision. So I guess to me, I mean, F4 is more likely to happen, even though it's not the best move. But maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe she'll be like, yeah, remember she had that A pawn against Elizabeth? She saw how strong it was. Maybe she's going to have some memories of it. And, we'll put her hopes in the A pawn again. Because if she gives up the pawn, basically her A pawn is really good. And this one can always be blockaded. And then, it's like these pawns aren't really going anywhere. Maybe she really should get that A pawn going. I mean, it's a tough decision.
It is a tough decision, but she has to choose one of these moves because they are, I think, very strong moves as well. And she has to have some edge on the clock. So Anna has to play faster.
Yeah, I mean,
She
she took. Yeah, no, that was giving up the pawn like that and not capturing was a little too difficult. But her move is not bad either. Not bad.
A5.
A5 on the board. And, now on rook A1, there's always rook B2. So I think her decision's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine from the point of view of winning this game. She has two outside passers, two of them. Well, one of them is the one she's really putting her hopes on. She's under 2 minutes, and Nurgul has 1:15, but I think Nurgul now has like some tough choices to make.
Yep, it's not easy to play. Do you want to play rook a1 or do you want to activate your rook via
Yeah, me, I just want to
maybe?
resign for white. I just see this pawn coming down the board one day, getting to a2, and I don't like that.
But there's some way here. What about we play rook h1 and
Yeah.
try to activate the rook needs to be played
a4,
and that
rook here, king
no
up.
maybe just rook h8 because you cannot play rook
Okay,
a6.
so rook a1, rook h1. You want to do a4,
Rook
rook
h8.
h8, knight c3. I mean,
Rook
it's going to be
a8.
so painful though, like rook b2. But yeah, maybe you
Yeah.
might even lose c4 as well. The knight on c3 is going to be great.
Anyway, she played rook a1 and rook b2 is on the board.
Okay, it's a
Oof.
tough position. I mean, I just want to go a4, I think, and like knight c3.
And now what if I just stop it? Like for example, bishop d7 and she did.
Okay,
I can give up e2 for a5.
bishop d7, and now
Maybe now it's time for the king to
yeah, the king
go,
needs
yeah?
to go somewhere, and it
King
could be
e5,
towards
king
it could be
d4.
towards that pawn, or you could throw in the tempo because the bishop on a4 isn't that great, and then you can still come in. King e7 is also actually really interesting.
Yep. So
Nice advantage though, because now like the rook on a1 is quite passive, right?
right. Yep. So just the king moves. Yeah. King
Okay,
e5 is
king
on the board.
e5, very natural.
Yep. End game. You have to activate the king, and now the
Yeah.
king will come to d4 most likely, and maybe not immediately take on c4 because there's
Yeah.
bishop e6.
Yeah, no, king e5, very natural move.
Rook g1.
Rook g1. Okay, so she's switching her attention. Huh. Okay. So now you probably have to find knight c3, rook g5, and king d6.
But then bishop g4.
But then there's a fork.
Oh, there's a fork
Yeah,
on the
the
board.
knight needs to come back into the game, but it's hard to give up this pawn. She has to see the tempo on the bishop
Uh-huh.
and the potential of the fork, because that way she knows she's not losing that pawn. She's got to find knight c3. Otherwise, I'm not so sure what to do. You can't really go there because of rook g4.
Yep. She has to move fast again.
I mean, she can go, yeah, she can't go a4. She's going to find this move. There's nothing else.
King
No, she
d6.
doesn't. All right, king d6. Maybe that's fine too. Or rook d1. Okay.
Okay, now to repeat the move.
But now you can't repeat
Oh,
the
there's
move.
rook d5. Yes.
Yeah.
So after king c5, can we still have that? King
King
c5,
c5, rook d5, and king here.
Uh-huh.
I think so. I mean, I'd probably try that if I
Oh,
were her.
king e7.
King e7. Okay, that's fine.
Still keeping the advantage.
I'm keeping the advantage, but I don't know. Rook here looks. I guess I'm not threatening anything. And yeah, if I go rook there, you go knight c3.
Bishop g4. But
Yeah.
doesn't this allow a4? Or knight c3?
It does, but she's going to be
Oh.
going here and trying to take that pawn. So I think Anna kind of got stuck with her king not being particularly good. And actually, this is giving a lot of play to white. Her decision to kind of not play knight c3, but it wasn't easy. See, the knight, guys, is still out of the game. That's the problem.
So, yeah, so Anna actually wasted a few tempi there with the king, yeah?
Yep.
The king was on f6 to e5, d6, and
Yep.
e7. So three big tempi. And she had
She went a4. Okay, rook
Yep.
d7. I mean, it's not over, but obviously losing the c7 pawn is quite painful. It's quite painful.
Yep. So will Anna get the win that she needed for this one, or will Nurgul Salimova manage to hold the game and with a draw? We'll see.
Yeah, she finally goes knight c3, but it might be too late. It might be too late. Maybe rook a7 and just push the c pawn. I mean, at some point you can. Obviously not when there's a fork, but I can sort of see white just going here. I mean, they have a bishop on the board. Now the bishop's actually looking pretty good. I'm a little scared here for Anna. In fact, I mean, we know that she's, objectively messed it up. But are there any practical chances?
So maybe just rook a6 and bishop e6. That looks very practical to me. You just want to take care of this pawn.
Yeah, you got to take care of the pawn. You can't move it. If you lose it, well, then things can still be a problem. But like rook a6 looks pretty good. Maybe king e5. At least go active.
Yeah, just be careful with this king e5. Yeah, there might be some
Yeah,
some tactical.
No checkmate yet, but
checkmate, yeah.
I mean, try king e5. Just activity is good. No, we already tried that square. It didn't work too well.
And Anna has 14 seconds left. Okay, king e5 is on the board.
Yeah,
Okay, both
yeah.
of the players have similar time situation right now. So
I
Anna
think
is no
king e5
longer
is
having
good.
some age in the
If
time.
bishop e6, I don't know. There's a check and maybe even like that kind of idea. Maybe not yet, but I mean, if bishop e6, I mean, we can just, like, yeah, unfortunately the check is maybe not that dangerous still, but okay. She went bishop f3, so she's actually giving back up the pawn.
Why?
She's giving up the pawn.
I don't understand.
Good news for Anna. Well, she gave up the pawn. All right, well, I mean, at least Anna is better again. But now if she goes there, there's a checkmate.
So king f6 is on the board. And Nurgül just keep giving checks. So eventually, I think black has to play king d4 just to avoid this.
Yeah.
And give up the g5 pawn.
Yeah, now I understand why this immediate capture was not the best, but okay. It's hard to blame Anna for that in these seconds,
Yeah, the king has to go.
We can look at those subtleties later.
Rook a6.
Rook a6 and king c5. Wait,
King c7.
she can actually go king c5 and block. Wait, why didn't she do that?
I think she'll find it.
Now I don't know if she has that chance again.
Oh, rook a5. g4. I think.
G4 though. Oh, she
So-
got the pawn going. Okay.
Yeah, so I think Nurgül missed this.
Wait. So black managed not to lose a pawn. They actually won a pawn. And now they're winning because this knight is like completely dominating the bishop.
So you cannot take on. Can you take on g4 and then rook c5?
But there may be some intermediate check. Is there?
Oh, king b6. Bishop g4, king b6 first.
Oh, wow.
And then you cannot,
what a move.
You
What
cannot
a
play
move.
rook g5 because there's knight e4. Yeah?
Wow, nice
Okay.
find there, Irene. Okay.
And bishop d5.
Bishop d5 on the board.
But then it's king.
Maybe
no,
just king b6?
No, it's
Bishop C-
hanging.
What's hanging?
The rook is hanging on
But I'll
c4.
take your rook. And I'm still, what's going on there? Am I winning? I mean,
And then you have to reroute your knight to b3.
it's a little
later.
tricky. I know
Yeah,
she's
it's
probably
a
not
little
going
bit
to want to
tricky.
calculate that. Just move the rook away. Yeah.
Oh,
She went, whoa.
No, she took
She
the
took.
bishop.
Okay. Maybe king b6?
King b6, yeah, king b6.
All right. She's putting all her stock in this a6 pawn.
So what happened after rook d8, let's say, and then rook a8? Or king g3 is on the board right now.
King g3. All right.
I'm so
a3. I
nervous.
mean, you got to push it.
Yeah, you got to push it.
Put the
So
rook
a3.
behind the pawn, too.
Oh, I think Salibova is trying to just trade the rook with the pawn and then try to win this with the... but that's a little too far.
Yeah, the g pawn's going to win the game.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
wait, rook d1. All right, a2. Just do a2. a2 is nice and easy. Yeah, push the pawn, Anna.
Or I think she's thinking of king c5 because
That's
the pawn...
fine. Yeah, maybe a2 was good, but all right, king c5 might be good too. Rook... yeah, she's just making sure that, the reason she didn't want to go to a2, she didn't want her rook to get involved in this and like allow e4 to happen somewhere.
So rook b1, stopping the king to enter. But what happened after just a2, rook a4? That's it?
Yeah, I think like a2, rook a1, rook a4, obviously e4, and then probably...
Just king d4,
King d4,
takes and then
yeah.
come back. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Anna didn't go for that. First, she put her rook, I think, behind the pawn. So rook a4 looks fine to me. Rook c1,
Rook c1
check.
Just king
King
d4.
d4, but that loses that pawn. Maybe we're still winning.
It's winning still, yeah. King a3 and then push.
Yeah, we're still winning, but she
Okay,
didn't
rook
want to do
c4.
that. She's scared of that line. So now Anna went rook e4. Okay, she wants to win the last hope, and then this king is too far away from the a pawn. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, she's now playing it safely, yeah, which
Yeah.
is a good thing. But okay, Nurgül has to play fast. 8 seconds was left.
Okay, probably a2,
Even
rook
G-
a1, and rook a4 looks pretty good. King c4
King
looks
c4.
good. That's good.
Very solid.
Yeah, now a2 and king b3, and it's game over.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah.
So we will see 2 tie breaks.
Wait, and I'm making my
Again.
100,000 back.
So rook b8, king c3. And yeah, there's this Lucena again, right? So and then you can play King B3 because Rook B4. Yep, and I think they will finish very soon. Yeah, just A2, King B2.
A2.
Or even Rook A4.
Yeah, game over. Time to resign. Okay. Next portion will be the 10-minute.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, it was a nice effort by Anna. I think, look, I mean, I think Nurgul played fine, but, you know, you really just, I just think it's the wrong psychological approach.
Yep.
You know, I don't think you should give up that much initiative to your opponent just because you're the one that needs a draw, right? So from my point of view, like you can say, well, she could have made a draw even in this end game, but that's not really the point, right? It's like, it's these decisions earlier in the game, you know? It's like how you're making these decisions, like which move is the more ambitious one, and you know, when you're having a chance to play this move, or even like right here, right? Like when I thought you lined up the rook with the queen on purpose to play that move, right?
Yep.
Because these are some cool lines. Like if black goes for their main idea, and we go for this position, right? Like, and you take, I mean, this could actually be working out in a forcing way very nicely for white, right?
Right.
And I mean, at least it makes sense, right? It's these lines, like, you know, you go knight e5, and then we have, I think, f4 was kind of my idea. There could be, well, actually, there could be actually bishop f4. Maybe it's just as simple as that. You know, we just get the knight. And, you know, when you kind of go for these lines, you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent, right? Like they have to, you know, not feel that they're the only ones playing for a win. I think that's important.
Yep. Well, yeah, there's some different psychological approach there on their games actually, yeah. And yeah, good thing for Anna for the comeback, and it only means that we are going to see the next tiebreak, the 10 minutes plus 10 seconds again for those two matches. And yeah, we will be back after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. And before we continue to the second rapid tie break, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds, I have the guest star in the studio. That is Nijat Abbasov, our local chess hero, and who's playing, I think, the best tournament of your life. Is it?
Indeed.
Indeed, right?
Not in the wildest dream I could imagine I could come this far, but so far everything is, working out good for me. Yeah, looking forward for the match against Magnus.
Yeah, you had like a very interesting run in this tournament, and we were just watching your games again against Anish Giri,
Yes.
where you actually decided to just equalize the match, and then in the end, I also watched your interview that you said as a player you feel like you had a better chance when the time control is getting shorter and shorter, and that proven to be true.
I mean, Anish is a super solid player, and it's very difficult to win him in a classical game. So, first game, in fact, maybe he slightly overpushed, and I had chances, but then he defended well, and the game ended in a draw. In the second game, well, maybe you have already seen the tiebreak games.
Right.
With the fourth game, I had played this H4, G4. I knew this idea existed, but I couldn't really feel like playing it in the classical game, so I just decided to play solid and keep this for the tiebreak. And then eventually I had to use it when I had a must-win situation, and it worked out well. I mean, I shouldn't have lost perhaps the game I lost against him the first tiebreak game. Like, it was all fine until I made inaccuracy with knight c6. I should have played king c7, and knight comes to the game through b7 square, and all fine. I just keep the pawn alive. Yeah, okay, I didn't see, but it didn't demotivate me. That was the key. Like, I already have bad experience from the previous World Cups that I would have even match against Dominguez, for instance, but after my first defeat, I couldn't manage my nerves and return to the tournament, and I lost the second game. And so some experience helped me, to stay cool and look for my chances, and it worked out well.
Yep.
Then against Swidler in the first classical game, I was losing in one on move 15. But turned out to be he overlooked. But I saw it. I made a move, and then I immediately realized that I'm losing in one. I just stood up and went for a walk. And then after 5 minutes of thinking, he plays another move, and I realized that, okay, I'm given the second chance.
And you seize it, yeah?
Yeah. And then after the game, I told him that, I started to laugh even over the board, couldn't control my emotions after he made different move. And then after the game, I told him that, okay, you could have played knight d5, and he started to laugh also. Like, it's a bit hysteric laugh, but yeah. And then I played the other games decent, I think, and the last game was a bit complicated. It worked out good. Afterwards, I feel like my play got a bit better, so managed to play better chess, and here we are.
Yeah, so put chess aside, your coming match is against the one and only Magnus Carlsen,
Yes.
so you must be very happy about it, yeah?
Indeed.
Yeah, very excited about it too.
It's always exciting to play against the greatest of all time, and especially wonderful I play at this stage of the tournament,
Yep.
Yeah, and so it's always, boosting my motivation even beyond the limits.
Indeed, and you must know that I'm also rooting for you for this upcoming match.
Thank you.
I've been calling you the dark horse in this tournament,
Yeah.
because you came out strongly as the underdog, but you've proven to be very capable players. So I wish you very best of luck
Thank you.
after the rest day, because tomorrow we have a rest day, a very well-deserved rest day for all the players. And then after that, we will continue with the semi-final in the open section and the final in the women's section. So congratulations once again. This is already a very historic feat that you did for Azerbaijan, and I hope it doesn't stop here.
Well, I hope so too.
Thank you so much, Nijat.
you.
And we already see on the camera as well, this is the first game of 10 minutes and 10 seconds between Arjun Erigaisi and Pragnananda. So
Yeah.
if you have any
Well-
take about their match, it's been quite very close call between these two.
I mean, to be fair, like I didn't expect Prague to score with black.
Make a
you know.
comeback yesterday,
Yeah, make
yeah?
a comeback,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
it was really impressive, and at the same time, heartbreaking for Arjun, because he just needed to make a draw basically to qualify for the World Cup with
And-
white pieces.
and possibly for the candidates. Oh,
Yes.
speaking of the candidates,
Okay.
we've seen
Now we are
the
talking,
the
yeah.
last interview by Magnus Carlsen too, and well, he said that literally everyone who's in the semi-final could already assume that they're playing the
Yes.
candidates unless there's some change in the FIDE rule about it, and
Yes.
well,
I mean, for me at the moment, this tournament is still running, so
you're not
of
thinking
cour-
about it.
I
first,
mean, well, I'm super happy if I have a spot there, but at the moment, it's too early to celebrate because the tournament is continuing and it's not over.
Yep. So that's a very positive mindset of you, Nijat,
Yes.
that everyone could actually learn from it. And yep. So just a quick prediction about this match: Pragnananda versus Arjun Erigaisi. So who do you think will proceed to the
Absolutely.
semi-final? I know it's
absolutely even match.
I think that is the most difficult question of the day. Yeah?
Yes.
I also don't know which one, but
Well,
you have to guess. Try to
I
guess.
mean, I think they have played already some moves. Well, interesting line, pretty similar to Azeri line, I would say, because normally Mamidyarov, for instance, likes first to develop knights and then go d4. Very similar to what Mamidyarov has played. Also, Durar Beyli, myself, Safarli, many other players opted to this variation. Arjun prefers to keep the knight on c3 so that he has this c4 motive, a bit of
Like a
time,
Marozzi
yeah,
setup.
Marozzi, like time advantage, but it means very little at the moment. So, I mean, extremely interesting matchup. Like both players are very interesting and hard to say anything, but
And very close in the ratings as well.
yeah, yeah.
And both of them are also very close friends, so
Yes.
it's going to be very difficult.
Yes.
Which one of them, I think, is going to go through to the next round.
Yes.
But yeah, for some opening like this, is this something that you mentioned, like a few of your compatriots also play this
Yes.
opening? Is this something that you have only for the rapid repertoire, not necessarily in classical? Because it's a little bit dubious, isn't it, to play this position in the classical?
Yeah, most likely more like for a rapid, especially like already 10 plus 10, because 25, it's enough time to figure out what's going on the board. 10, like you need to think, but at the same time, you need to keep in mind that you have limited time. So most likely it's a rapid repertoire simply.
Yep. So, wow. So it's going to be, yeah, I don't know. I think the Indian chess fans are currently divided between these two because I'm
Yeah.
sure, I personally, I know these two boys very close, and yeah, I don't know which one that I should be rooting for. I've been rooting for both of them since the
Yes,
beginning.
yes.
But yeah,
But now
so one
when-
of them will be playing against Fabiano Caruana, so it's going to be also interesting to see a youngster representation in the
Yes.
semifinal. Yeah?
Yes, exactly. I mean, both are excellent players. So whoever wins deserves the spot, in the semifinals. And yeah, it's just I'm really enjoying their chess. So
Yep, I also enjoyed their chess. So thank you so much for your time,
Thank you.
Nijat, and have a very good rest day. And we expect a very good battle against Magnus Carlsen in the semifinal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on the screen, we see, like Nijat explained, this opening is usually being played in the rapid and currently being employed by Arjun Arigaisi. And Arjun has some time advantage as well. So we will see if this extra 3 minutes on the clock will give Arjun something against Pragdananda. Yep, so G3 has been played. This is a very interesting choice too by Arjun, developing the bishop on G2 and keeping the queen on E2. So I think this is going to be a long castle, or maybe I'm just a bit too ambitious. What do you think, Irina?
Okay, well, I am back. Yes, that's right. It's no longer Nijat sitting in this chair, and I am back from my little break, guys. So the current position on the board is bishop h4 by Prague. Well, certainly unusual. I mean, right now we got to defend the f2 pawn, right? And so I guess what's wrong with g3? That's my first question.
It was played.
Oh, you think it's on the board,
Yeah.
but we just don't. Oh, g3.
And then bishop
Bishop
f6.
f6.
Yes.
Okay. And now you're wondering if white's going to castle a queenside, or maybe they have many other moves they can throw in first, yeah? Certainly looks logical to me. Castle's queenside. But they can also do a lot of things like h3. But then there's knight d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then queen d3, knight e5. Okay, that actually gets tricky, doesn't it? You have to actually be very careful about these knights kind of hopping around. You might need to go back to
Just
d1.
D1, yeah, just
because if
simply
you go
D1.
here, you're allowing this. And, well, I mean, that looks like...
Maybe 3 pieces for the queen. Just take on d4, knight after
Oh,
it
we're
takes.
taking 3 pieces. Oh, that's 1. That's 2. Let me count it. And that's 3. And actually, white winds up better, despite the fact that they seemingly blundered their queen.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. I mean, yeah, that's possible. Prague really has... Arjun actually has a lot of choices here.
Also knight f3, yeah, just to keep in control over this d4 square.
And I gotta say, the position between Salimova and Muzichuk is actually looking really sharp as well.
Let's quickly take a look at their position.
Yeah. Anna goes for the Queen's Gambit accepted again. Did you already discuss that opening with Nijat? Okay, so we don't need to go into it.
Oh, this one. Yeah, we haven't really discussed this one. This is another pawn sacrifice on e4, isn't it?
Yes, but this time Nurgul, she played rook e1 rather than playing the immediate e4 like she played against Anna in their classical game.
But no pawn sacrifice on e4, yeah?
Yeah, well, I guess it didn't happen yet. Okay, a4, b4, knight e4 takes. So, I mean, it definitely got sharp because Anna also recaptured with a g pawn. And now we have like an isolated pawn position with black having double pawns and not being castled, which quite honestly looks, you know, quite decent for white. I mean, this could wind up dangerous for Anna, you know, given that her king is in the center. But maybe this move wasn't the most incisive. And I even kind of wonder, like, is there, I don't know, knight b3? Is that something that you've opened up that square? But Anna doesn't go for that.
She went bishop d6, yeah?
Yeah, she really wants to get castled, actually. And her move is okay looking, but apparently this whole position is quite dangerous. We need to find something powerful here for white.
Bishop h6.
Yeah,
That's the
I think
first
bishop
thing I saw.
h6 is quite powerful, but then there's rook g8. And that's kind of what Anna wants, yeah? She wants the rook there. I know. I think I know. I think I have an idea.
Can you just take on h7 if rook g8?
But then you get 2 bishops hanging when I return, and then it's kind of tricky, right? I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe queen d3 and then threaten bishop g7, but I doubt it. I kind of doubt that we can be so greedy as to take these two pawns. You know, it just, for what did we line up our bishops? For the H pawn? I don't know. It feels wrong, right? I mean, there's just so many moves that black has here. But she's going for bishop H6.
Yeah, she went for bishop H6.
And, you know, the nice thing about their games is, like, it's almost guaranteed to be exciting. I mean, look at it. They don't get even any boring symmetric positions at all so far today.
Nope, it's very dynamic.
And, okay, I mean, I do expect Anna to play rook G8. That's, like, the whole point. What else she could do? Yeah, no idea, like, what else she could do rather than that move. That move really feels right to me.
Yep. Well, she's taking her time. She has a little advantage on the clock, although not so much, only a mere few seconds. But yeah, rook G8 looks very natural. Just literally stopping bishop G7.
I really have to wonder what this knight is doing on A5. I mean, it opened the bishop, which is nice, but, like, what is it doing? What is the plan for that piece? Like, if it was on D5, I would actually, you know, be a lot more comfortable. If it was on G6, I'd be a lot more comfortable. You know, E7, right? But what exactly is it doing on A5? Like, because now you go there, they just move here. You're never taking that pawn, right? So this is actually where I think black's problems here are coming from. The misplaced knight and obviously, you know, the insecure king.
Right. So yeah, at some point this knight has to be rerouted. Oh, she played rook C8.
Rook C8. Huh.
So allowing bishop A6, I mean,
Wow.
it's just a move. Maybe it's not good, but I don't see why not.
Yeah, she can't castle, and she's also allowing this pawn to get captured. I mean, sure, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it too. Yeah.
I mean, there's a check on B5,
Yeah.
and in general, this bishop is one of the powerful pieces that black has, so you don't really mind trading it. You know what's funny in this position? I actually was even thinking about this move. You know, like that's how powerful this bishop was that I was thinking about offering the trade instead of bishop H6. But, you know, bishop H6 is fine. But now rook C8, just bishop A6, and Salimova probably can't really understand what's the hidden concept, and she doesn't even take it. Okay. Well, her move, the good news is that her move in general is quite good, but, you know, that was a free pawn.
Oh, we actually skip a move, maybe?
We skipped a move in the position.
Yeah,
oh,
this
something
position
got
is
attacked.
black to
oh.
move. Yeah, something is not right in it.
Oh, bishop H6.
Yeah,
wait,
and
wait,
then-
wait. So when did this rook come to C8? Oh, it's been there. Oh.
No, we can just refresh it because
Yeah,
we might
well-
actually put the wrong order.
Yeah, I know. I refreshed it. And so what happened? Like knight A5, bishop
F4.
Oh,
so
instead
not queen E2.
Ah, there was no queen E2. Okay, it's a little different. Okay, then I sort of understand a little bit more what's going on. Okay.
Okay, now it makes sense.
yeah. So she was not just hanging a pawn for free. Got it. Although the pawn is hanging right now.
Yep.
But, you know, first she had to move her rook away. And right now she has a big advantage. And I have to say, Anna really playing with fire in this game. And I, like, taking on these doubled pawns, leaving the king in the center and putting the knight on the side of the board really doesn't look like a cautious concept. I feel like it's a bit self-destructive.
Yeah, that's probably right. Queen A5 is on the board, maybe trying to stop. Okay, bishop A6, and also some idea with D5, because now if you play bishop C4, for example, I think bishop takes F3. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're hoping, isn't it?
Yeah, and then if
The funny thing is, can I say something you know, I think our position is so strong that almost like bishop C4 might not even be such a blunder, because after bishop F3, queen F3, rook C4, queen F6, like
Wow.
I'm not even sure, you know, we're losing here because, you know, like we're crashing through that. Like that's how powerful White's position is, that when I play the seemingly bad moves, I still win, right? So yeah, that's not a great situation, I think, for Anna.
so queen F5 is on the board, and Nurgül played D5.
So what move did she play though?
D5 now.
She played after
This one, D5.
D5 right here. Instead of bishop C4. Okay. Yeah. So what happens on this? Just bishop b5. Yeah.
Bishop b5, yeah.
And on bishop takes d5, just bishop a6.
Also, there's bishop b5, if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And rook d5. No, this is very strong. This d5 move, it also featured on their first game in the tiebreak. It was also a very strong move. And now this is another strong move. You just want to blast open.
Yeah, blast open.
Blast open the center.
I
the
like
king.
bishop a6, I think. I think that would be,
Is
that
also
would be
nice,
my
yeah.
choice. Because the check is really powerful. Your king can't castle, and your bishop can't move. And if it takes, she took with the bishop.
She
We
took
might
with the
see
bishop,
it.
yeah.
I think we can go to this idea again. This idea of just taking and like sacking a rook on e6.
Yeah, there's also another idea where you don't have to sack. You just play bishop b5.
Yeah.
So bishop a6, bishop f3, bishop b5.
Okay.
And if bishop c6, d6 is hanging. So
it's on the board. I
It
think
is on
Anna
the
is just
board.
going to get crushed in this game.
I think so too. No, Anna hasn't been playing some chess principles, I guess, because the rooks are not connected, the king's still in the center, and white's position, white's pieces are just superior.
She's going, well, the Queen's Gambit accepted is not exactly her opening, and I'm feeling like kind of a lack of experience. In Rapid, you really want to play. It's interesting. In Rapid, you got to play what you got the most experience in. Maybe she should have even went for some kind of Dutch again, actually.
Probably.
Maybe just a different version of the Dutch, right? Because she went back to the Queen's Gambit accepted, and it doesn't look like, at least in this game, that she has like, that she had a good feel for this position,
Right. Yeah, this is already a disaster, because now bishop b5 is coming. You have to do something with bishop on d5, but at the moment, the rook on c8 is hanging. So there are so many things that Anna has to work on at the same time, and she simply doesn't have enough time to do everything at once.
Yeah, you can even give the check, like you said, and just kind of
Rook
crash
d6.
through here. I mean, you're not even recapturing pieces, I think. I think this is going to be a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
Wait, let me show it. It's a checkmate on e7. Yeah, I mean, this is bad. Like, this is like really, it's even worse than bad, because it almost feels like you're giving like a free point to your opponent.
And she played rook c5, trying to get a hold on the bishop on d5.
Yeah, well, bishop b5 check is like what you do probably with your eyes closed, just like your first
Your first
move.
instinct, yeah? And she did
Yeah.
it, yeah. Yeah, so the king has to go to d8 or e7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but okay, now, we need to figure this out. Like, there's also this knight that can sometimes be a juicy target. You know what else is interesting here? This move. I'm sorry. Also, this move and this move are both interesting, depending on where you go.
You have to play king e7.
Yeah, you got to go king e7, because if you go king d8,
At least
just-
bishop g7 works.
just that like already looks really good. But if you go king e7, then your king on the e file is not that great. I mean, bishop here followed by rook takes d5 looks pretty good. I mean, just blasting open the center.
Blasting open.
Yeah.
How do you like the moves such as rook takes d5 in this position?
Right away.
Yes, and then queen c4. So you are
Yeah.
threatening this rook on d5 and the knight on b3.
I like it. Can't complain.
And she went king d8.
Yeah, she went to d8. So she's allowing, I mean, it's the desperation, right? It's like she's allowing this pawn to get captured, which is obviously not great for her. She actually is really down on the clock. I mean, not surprisingly, her position is hard to hold together. But, the funny thing is that bishop e3 is still like a powerful idea. Like, Nurgul doesn't even have to go for the f6 pawn.
Yep. So wow.
Like, if the rook moves, right? Oh, first of all, there's a beautiful idea of checkmate on e8. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, she goes for it. We might see that checkmate.
bishop e3 is on the board.
Yeah, where's this rook gonna go? Is it gonna go to c8? She's probably hoping for rook c7. I bet she's seen that idea.
Yeah.
Anna's under enormous pressure. I guess she has to go to c8.
And this might be the only game that Anna is behind on time. And rook c7.
We're gonna see it. We're gonna see rook d5, bishop
we're gonna
b6,
see this
and
rook
checkmate.
d5. Yeah,
Yep.
this combination is very nice combination. So this is how you win the game. Yeah, like just to play a
Wow.
very energetic chess.
Yeah.
So
It's a nice game by Salimova, but I have to say that, like, from, she was kind of gifted an enormously promising position somehow right out of the opening.
Yep. Wow. So Salimova is, I think, already close to the finalist spot. Oh, she took it. And
Yeah.
bishop b6 we can expect to
Yeah.
happen.
Anna's going to need
Very
to
soon.
bring her A game for the next game. At least
Yep.
she's going to have the white pieces. So I don't think the match is over.
No, the question is, will Anna allow the checkmate?
Yeah.
On the
Oh,
board.
will she allow the checkmate? She should. If, Vidit allowed the checkmate on E8 yesterday.
Bishop b6, and I think Anna will just resign on this point. Yes, I was right again. I wish I was betting my money. I would have won that. Okay, so 1-0 for Salimova.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Anna could force the match into another tiebreak. And meanwhile, we see in the game between Arjun Erigaisi versus Pragnananda, Arjun indeed did the long castle. So I was not that ambitious. I think it was a quiet, sound plan for White. But what's happening in this position?
Well, what's happening is that White is up a pawn, and Prague is kind of, going for counterplay. Given that there's opposite sides castling, he's trying to make the game unclear. And King B1 just happened, safe move by Arjun. And Prague made a capture on C4, I think. Let's see what he captured with. Let's get updated. He captured with the bishop. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, A5, and rook H2, A4, and I think A3's on the board already.
Yep.
And rook F8. So, yeah, Arjun is up a pawn. However, we have, heavy piece endgame. The white king can still be a bit vulnerable. So I wouldn't say, this game is over at all, even though white does, currently hold the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, like the rook on H2, I like Arjun's move. The rook is going to be quite nice here.
So just depending on where the queen is going right now.
Yeah, so the queen can go, logically it's going to go to one of these center squares.
And queen d3, yep.
Okay, in the center, a little bit back.
I think I think Arjun is planning to just trade the rook on c2. You're up a pawn, so you just want to go to the pawn endgame.
Yeah, you think if rook b8, just rook c2.
Yeah, just rook c2. H6 is on the board.
Yeah, Prague
we will see
takes
rook
care of
c2
the
very
back
soon.
rank. Yeah, rook c2 is going to happen, and then Prague is going to have a big decision to make. Will he take? He might take, but then he's kind of tied down to that pawn too. Yeah, it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant right now for Prague. Rook c2 I like.
Yep, and Arjun did it.
Nice. Okay. So what else can Prague do to make things a little bit more complicated? I mean, the problem is that this pawn continues to be weak, right? And so if you move away, no, he took. Queen e6. All right. Targeting this pawn.
So just push the pawn, yeah?
G4. Will he notice what it's all about?
Or even, yeah, g4 is good, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he noticed the sneaky attack on h3. Very important that when the queen captures here, she continues protecting e4, so there's no rook c8.
And if there's c4, there's queen a8 check.
And you know what's really our plan as well? Even this.
Yeah, rook
know,
d4 was in my mind. Yep.
Just kind of push them back and keep offering them bad rook endgames.
Queen f6 is on the board, trying to prevent rook d4. Because,
Yeah, good try.
Well, after rook d4, you just want to take a4, basically.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. So that's a good try. You got to at least attack stuff.
So the idea of queen c6 will fall into rook b8 because there is an attacking checkmate on b2. So how to deal in this position? How to save this f4 pawn? Or do you just push to f5.
Yeah,
he did.
He did. Well, it feels like a small concession, maybe, that like black also has that square.
Yep, rook b8.
And now you're a little tied down to b2. So how do we get out of this? Like rook d5, queen d2, and target that?
I think just rook d3 and then queen c3. Or king a2. He played king a2, just removing himself from any pin.
All right, good try. Yeah, I like your idea of, what is it? You
Rook
can al-
d3.
Yeah, rook d3. You can also go rook d2 in a way. And then your queen
Is
free to do stuff, right? So maybe rook d2 is also the next move. And he's kind of like safe from checks on the diagonal, right? So the king a2 move I like.
Yep,
It's unpleasant. I think we might see our first decisive game in this match.
yep, I think so too. It is possible, yeah.
Yeah. It's tough to be Prague, down a pawn and with a weak pawn to boot, actually 2 weak pawns.
Yeah, this is going to be a long suffering for Pragnananda.
He needs to bring all his trickiness to this position because this is not looking good for him.
But unfortunately, with the number of materials that's been reduced, it's very hard to find good tricks, yeah?
I mean, I don't know. Try queen e5 and like going in somewhere like that. Just try queen e5. I'd probably do that move. I mean, what else can you do?
Queen e5, rook d5,
Yeah, queen g3 somewhere.
rook
right.
b5.
Rook b5. Okay, so here I am just thinking rook d2. Like, I really want my queen to be free. I think that's the first step. Rook d2, and then the queen can finally move. Arjun has a nice edge on the clock. He's not like...
Up a minute.
Yeah, he's up more than a minute, so it's nice. He just needs to control his nerves. They obviously both look very tense right now. When you feel like it's all coming down to the
And
last
rook
seconds.
d2.
Rook
So
d2.
he played your idea. Yes, very good idea. And now how to stop the queen from taking on a4.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't see a good answer. This is actually why I wanted the queen here, so I can go here and like target the rook when it goes to d2. I wanted it to be a bit more active. Now, rook b3, and he just goes rook d3, and he's offering a queen endgame. Maybe black should take it. Yeah, no?
Rook b6.
Maybe I would have taken the queen endgame. Queen
Yeah.
endgames are notoriously drawn, so he stays in the rook endgame. All right.
So maybe now it's time to play queen c3.
Maybe, yeah, there's that move.
Rook
but
c3.
Rook c3, okay, yeah.
And now the queen is free to
King
move.
h7, or no, this is hanging, yeah?
Queen d4 maybe.
Queen d4, good move. Queen d4, and, Prague is still staying in the game. Huh, all right. He's still alive. White, of course, the thing with the queens on the board is that there's always a chance to lose as well,
Yeah.
right? There's always more of a chance to blunder.
So what about queen d3 here? Queen f2 and then rook c2.
That's a good one. I think he did it, right?
Yeah, he did.
Queen d3 is good. Yeah, the rook endgame is quite poor for black. And then you simply defend the checkmate and start
Defend
taking some
everything,
pawns.
yeah.
The queen
Queen
went
e5.
back. Okay. Well, he's avoided losing any pawns for now, but I really think he should have taken his chance and traded those rooks when he had the opportunity.
Yep. So Arjun still has quite some extra time on the clock. And the increment for each move on this tiebreak is 10 minutes.
Maybe rook c2
Sorry,
again.
10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe rook c2 again. And if he goes rook b3, we just go queen c4, rook h3, and like take the pawn. That's one thing I would consider doing.
But I think Arjun just want to stabilize the king side and not to deal with this sort of calculation.
Yeah, so
Queen
well,
c4.
queen c4. All right.
So maybe after queen h2, rook
Oh,
c2,
maybe
and
queen
now
h2,
take.
yeah.
Did he
Queen
miss
h2,
something?
he blundered that, I think. Because he's going to maybe lose both of those pawns. At least black has a bit more of a chance.
Well, I mean, e8 and f7 is also...
He went for it. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to
okay.
take- you
A
have to take
pawn is coming
A4.
off the board.
Yeah, you have to play rook b8, otherwise queen e8, queen f7.
Ah, rook b8. He
Yeah.
played that instantly. Oh, wow. They see things so fast. Yeah. So now this pawn is under attack. Well, at least we can say that Prague is at least succeeding in keeping this messy, because even though white has two connected passers, with the queens on the board, you can't really use it so easily.
Yeah, and now how to protect this g4 pawn? It's hard. Your queen cannot move because there's queen b3 maybe, or something
Yeah.
like that.
Absolutely. If you go there, there's maybe a check, and then you have to protect your rook, and maybe I even take another pawn.
No, I think if queen d7, I think I'll just take on g4. What I meant was queen a7. You have to somehow attack the rook. But it's not easy.
No,
now.
I feel like maybe Prague's not going to lose this, actually. Because
Yeah.
the way this has actually gone out of control for white. And now they're down to so little time that I don't even know who's going to win this game.
Yeah, and now it's actually Arjun behind on the clock. So
He went rook c7.
wow.
Okay,
And
sure. Queen
G2. I like queen G2.
Queen g2. You keep wanting to attack this
Yeah,
square.
you have to do something with that pawn.
And then I go queen d4.
And maybe it's time to take.
Yeah, why can't we just take it right away?
That's true.
And then if you go queen c4, what do I do? Queen h5?
I think if you take it right away, there is queen a7. Or I don't know whether the rook takes f7 is working or not.
Okay.
Oh, queen c4.
Queen c4
Queen
on the
C4.
board. And now you either have to play the passive queen h5, which you don't really want to do,
Or you just play queen g2, yeah?
or you
And
kind of give up the pawn, which is hard to do. I have to say this move is very
rook
hard.
f8.
Yeah, like it's very hard to give up f7. Like I totally understand him
But
not
rook
doing
f8
that.
will just allow a4, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
But
Arjun
maybe
did.
now we go h5, right? H5 and becomes like some race. A5, H4. Yeah, he has to do that.
Yeah, there's a race now.
It's like the race they had yesterday too, right?
Yes.
H4, A6, H3, A7, H2, H2. I don't know. It seems at least a little unclear. Unclear to me, at least.
It is. It is not obvious. What
Wait, something just happened. He threw away
D5.
the D5 pawn. Okay, I don't know what that move.
But you could just
tries
take
to
it with
do.
the pawn, right? And go for the rook endgame. Rook endgame is
Yeah, I
winning.
mean, maybe he takes on F5 though.
Oh,
He
queen
took
takes.
with the queen, and queen E2 is
No,
his
I
concept.
think this is not going to be drawn. I think this is going to be decisive.
So A7,
You
or
can
is
play
there some
queen
sort of
c4.
yeah,
Queen
maybe
c4 back.
because A7, there's maybe queen A6 could be a problem, right?
Arjun has now some time on the clock to think a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to play faster. And queen c4.
Yeah,
yes.
queen C4, good
Queen
move.
c4. Ooh, but
Or maybe, hold on, but if I take and play rook A8, do I get your pawn? Because my H pawn distracts you.
Oh, that is
Maybe Prague
correct.
can go for the queen trade and play rook A8. I mean, I think he will.
He has to
will.
go for it. Yeah,
He will. He knows it. Yeah.
Oh, what a miss by
Rook
Arjun.
A8. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is going on?
He like forgot about something here. He's like not getting a chance to actually save the pawn with the B pawn. And then this pawn is so
Oh.
dangerous. Oh man. Oh, that was a big oversight. Oh, that H pawn is a problem. Now he actually has to be careful. Like, how does he even stop that pawn? Maybe E5, but he takes here with check.
Yeah, you can
And
play.
then he can put the rook behind.
You can play rook a4 still, and then after
H3.
and then you can play king b3.
King B3, H2, rook
Yeah, I don't like it as
H1,
well.
and then you take an A6. I don't know. It's still like I think
don't
maybe
like it.
Prague can win this position. I'm feeling that it's easier to play as
b4.
black. So he's going to take and play rook H6. I think. Well, obviously he's going to take an A6 and queen. Okay, but good decision by Aragaisi, I think. You know.
Yeah, keep the game alive.
You know,
at the
yeah,
pawn
go
raised
with
again.
go with the B pawn, yeah. And I'm thinking now, so rook H6 is, or H3, right? It depends on which one he wants. He goes
H3.
for H3. Push
So
the
now you
pawn.
can stop to c2. Yeah.
So now we're going to go either rook C2 or rook C1. Maybe rook C2 he'll probably do. But yeah, this is so out of control. But okay. He went
B5.
B5. All right, that's fine. Rook C1, rook H6. He's definitely going to do that, right?
Yeah. Rook h6, then rook c1.
I mean, there's also rook a1, which is interesting, but I think rook h6 is so intuitive. You always want to put the rook.
h6,
Yeah.
and you have to pull the rook back to c1.
c1.
Or he might give a check first. I don't know which one.
It's hard to know. Yeah, he gave the
did.
check. He earned a little bit of extra time, and then he
then rook
went
c1.
back. That's fine. Still balanced, but so sharp. Hard for both players. Do you think? I mean, I think Black will play his g pawn because it's just he doesn't have a whole lot of choice. G5 looks okay.
Or maybe putting h2 first to
Yeah,
force.
he went g5.
He went g5 anyway.
Yeah, I think pawn takes, and then maybe he
Pawn
took with it
takes.
pawn takes. Ah, because on b6, g5 hits the pawn.
So now maybe it's time for the king or rook
It's so
h1.
sharp, yeah.
I like rook h1 just to, but rook h1 g5.
Yeah,
So-
rook h1, g5, this is tough. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's got two connected passers. It's harder for Aragaisi.
And Arjun has 11 seconds on the clock.
I don't envy him. This is really
Ooh,
tough.
Arjun, gotta move. You gotta move.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
b6.
is really tough. Really tough.
b6 is a mistake because
Yeah,
there's g5.
and the pawn.
And not
And the h2 pawn is going to run somehow, but where's Prague going to go? He has to go to, I guess, to g8 because g6 is going to be actually a win for white.
yeah, so g8.
He goes to g8, rook c8,
and then just f7.
and then let's say king g7, and then
He went
goes to
f7.
f7.
Another check on c7.
Another check. Okay, is
but
the
then
king
the
going
king
to come?
just go closer to the pawn.
And then b6, what happens? b7, I guess we give a check, and then we go like h2. And maybe
Yeah.
we'll go rook h7. I don't know. I still have no idea what's going on here. He goes king e8.
Okay, b7.
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 Okay, rook b6, king c4.
Or king c2. King c4. Okay, he
Okay.
went king c4.
And now if you push, I go rook h7, and I guess it's a draw. So if you push, it's a draw. But you have to play g4, and your pawns are going to queen. Is Prague going to find that?
I think he will.
Because I
will.
can give a check, your king moves, you queen, but the g2 pawns, they reach the third rank.
Right.
Wow, what a chance for him. g4, he's going to
Wow,
do it. He's going to
Pragnananda
win.
played it. He's going to win.
He is
Pragnananda
going
will
to
win this
win
position.
with the black pieces from position where he was down a pawn.
Yeah,
What
where
a
he was
dramatic
losing.
turnaround. Wow, well those are his rapid skills, remember? Talked about that. There was a reason he was the kind of the MVP of the Global Chess League. And now just rook takes b7, and then g3 and two pawns versus the rook on the third.
Yeah, this is game over. You could actually just, yeah.
Wow, this is
Sacrifice the
a
rook,
very big blow.
then
Very big blow for
h2.
Aragaisi. I mean, from what he had to lose with this, and he was white as well. So rook h7. Wait, what happened here?
No, there's some checkmate idea, but the king can just move. King a6. Or not
G3.
even a checkmate. You can just queen
Rook
h1.
there, and I think h2 happened, right?
Yep,
And then
and
the king went to d5 and
and
then
G2.
g2. Oh, so it's going to be queen versus rook, yeah? That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, but there's another pawn, yeah? Oh,
And there's a pawn. The pawn doesn't change too much, I think. But actually, Prague is still going to have to do some work to win.
yeah, but then after queening on g1, the rook is actually a bit far from the king, so maybe there will be some checks. You know, that is
Yeah,
getting...
he allowed Prague to queen. And now we're gonna see this endgame.
Rook b2.
Rook b2. Why do you want that square? Just 'cause it feels safe?
Feels safe, I guess, yeah.
Oh, he
Oh.
went there, yeah. He
But-
went there. Queen g8. Queen g8.
Tricky. He
Is
might be
gonna
getting...
lose this
Yeah,
rook?
that's what I was afraid of. So king c5. I think you
I don't
can-
think he's losing the rook, though. He's not losing the rook. He
Okay.
goes back to
And king c4.
g5, king c4.
So he just needs to get the pawn, and that will
Right.
be easier. Yeah, now he gets the pawn. I think
King
it's
b3.
over. Yeah?
What happened here? We have our live board. Okay. Okay, he got the pawn. Yeah, he got the pawn. Now you just got to show your technique here.
Yep, and we also, I think, also saw the same position. It was, I think, Vincent Keimer versus Tabatabai.
And he won that
He
pretty
won that,
easily,
yeah.
It was not so hard. I don't think he even had to show like the sort of the theoretical winning line, right? He kind of got a easier version of it.
Wow, what a turnaround for Arjun Ergaisi. He was in the upper hand of this game. He was up a pawn and had a significantly better position.
Yeah.
But yeah, missing the draw chances, and now he is currently losing.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not that easy to win this endgame. So I think there's always some chances to draw, especially when, it's a 10-second increment, which is probably, I don't know, Ergaisi might, I wonder if he would prefer like a smaller increment for this position or not. Rook d8. And then you have to make sure you're not losing your rook anywhere. I don't know, some sort of check. There's a lot of places your king can't move. Like, I feel like these pieces are separated quite a lot. Queen e6. Are we losing the rook or not yet? I guess we have to go to a light square. And then the king can come up. It's sort of improving, right?
Yeah, you just approach with the king.
Yeah, queen e6 is a nice check. It covers the c8 square.
Okay, so the last trade was
He
on
went for
move
b6.
68. So on move 68, it was the last trade. And Arjun is given 50 moves, right? So
Could move up. The
Yeah.
king, no. He's preferring to give some checks. Check on b3. So you see what Arjun is doing. He's trying to keep his king and his rook on different colors, right? So he can never go to the dark squares. Like, you can never go to any of these dark squares because you lose your rook. So he's going to the back rank. And it goes to d1, and now just king c4.
yeah, Arjun has to hold this for another about 30 moves to claim for the...
Yeah, and
But
I
it's
guess
gonna be over
I guess
before
he's
that.
planning to put his king on e3 because there's no check on e8. Right now he's being threatened with checkmate, so he's got to give a check. I don't think he's probably looking for stalemates, but I mean, okay, you have to play rook d8. There's nothing else, right?
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
there's literally no other move.
Oh, this is a sad outcome for Arjun.
I agree. It's just, it got so random.
King c1 he played.
Yep.
No, but instead of checking on d8.
Oh, okay. He started to run right away. Okay.
And queen g4.
I think queen g4 already happened? Yeah, it's funny. There was this move, which was even better, but queen g4.
And rook c2.
Rook c2. Yeah, I think it's the queen a4 here. Is he
Queen
gonna do
b4
it?
maybe.
Queen
Queen
a4,
A4.
yeah. He's going for this checkmate from the side. And on this move, the king just moves over. The checks start to run out.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
wow. First
Wow.
game.
That was quite a heartbreaker for Arjun Ergaisi. I mean, because it's not just that he lost, it's kind of like what he lost, right? I mean, he lost a position that he was trying to win. I mean, here, like, it's at least it got kind of unclear, right? That's why it was really, just because white was up a pawn didn't mean that this was going to be easy for him. But like a while back, like around here, he was up a pawn and was quite stable, right? The moment I think that he started like giving black the passed h pawn, at least black got some chances. But let's see what the real blunder was. Like somewhere here, the first big blunder was the offer of the queen
Queen
trade,
c4,
which wound up losing him the a6 pawn, right?
It was a big overlook.
So what should we do instead? Let's see. I guess we can try to just protect this pawn like this. And then we run with the pawn to a8, yeah? We cover everything, absolutely. All the checking squares. You have nowhere to move your rook. This is your one idea. So I'm going to go a7. Wait, a7,
Actually,
h2.
why not just a7 instead of queen c6?
Because there's queen a6
And
check.
then king b1?
Let's take a look. Well, there's here, let's say here,
King B1.
King B1, and you want to just go Rook C1, yeah? Looks pretty good. I mean, here, here, and I have to go back to stop you from queening. Maybe that's the only problem. Yeah, it's like I'm attacking your pawn and you can't queen. And we're
maybe
kind
just
of
queen
repeating.
D7.
So queen c6 is a tricky move. I mean, of course, if he had time, he would have easily found it. But you know, when you got seconds, sometimes it's hard to make one of those quiet creeping moves, right? So let's look at this h3, and now we have to figure out. I guess Rook c8. If you take me, I take you. You go King h7.
No, just push.
A7. I do.
No, just
I
push
promoted
now.
I mate you, actually.
Yeah. Just push now.
Yeah, but also like this line. Like, look at it. Here, 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 and I am still covering a6 from check. And the thing is, we queen. Wait.
No, it's just because you
Yeah,
haven't.
exactly. We queen both of us, but in the end, I get a checkmate. So, Rook c8, and if you go with the other way, if you just push the pawn first, doesn't matter. Like I go h2 and you queen.
Yeah, just queen.
You queen, but you have to actually see that you have Rook c8, I think, winning in the end. Or maybe e5, but I guess this is the big one. And then you have the skewer, so you can't make a new queen.
Yep.
So
All
queen
right.
c6, yeah, queen c6 was the big miss from Arjun.
Yep. And I'm sure he also had a few winning moves before too. But yeah, things went unfortunate for Arjun in the first 10+10 tiebreak against Pragnananda. So we have two decisive results on this round. Pragnananda wins the first one, and Salimova also wins the first one. So we will see. We will have two comeback matches on the second game. So stay tuned. We will be back after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
And we are watching the second game right now between Pragnananda versus Arjun Erigaisi. And Arjun is in a must-win situation. And it is now a big choice for Pragnananda how to deal with this Queen's Gambit decline. Whether Pragnananda will continue with G3 or with Bishop F4, Bishop G5, plenty of choices. And just a friendly reminder, it is the second game and the players are having 10 minutes plus 10 seconds on the clock. And we will also see the board in the women's section after this one because Anna Muzichuk is also in another must-win situation against Salimova. And as we saw the first game, Salimova was playing a world-class game. And G4 just happened on the board. Irina, look at that. G4 and then blast open.
Wow. Yeah, you
The
really
king
like that
side.
expression, huh?
I like it. I like it so much.
It's the way I liked, Hikaru's pinning the tail on the donkey. All right. Wow. They have another Caro-Kann where Anna is, she's on the white side again. Salima repeated her knight f6 move, getting those doubled F pawns. And yeah, the move G4, it's wild. Actually, they're still like, what? Is it still theory? Because Salimova normally is like lower on the clock, and having faced a move like G4, I would assume that she would be kind of thinking more, right? Like, should I take with the bishop? Should I take with the pawn? She went for this pretty quickly, so I'm guessing this is still theory, and she doesn't seem all that concerned. But obviously, I mean, having never seen G4, I don't know how you really come up with this over the board. I mean, this must be home preparation.
I think so too, because I couldn't find any games on this G4, but both players seem to play this rather quickly, HG4 instead of Bishop G4. I think Bishop takes G4 would have been a more natural move.
But I think the engine likes this, actually. So I think both players have somehow managed to look at this in their prep. So knight H4 and queen A5 on the board, and we got Nurgul making like the first move to put Anna into a think. Let's just try to understand this position. So black has 7 pawns, white has 6. White sacked a pawn for what? I don't know. I honestly don't exactly understand the concept of just throwing that G pawn away yet. Obviously, white is hoping to get some attack on the king side, but for the moment, it actually is like her queen side is under attack. So I really, I'll be honest with you, I don't really like the look of this for Anna. It doesn't even matter if it's like computer preparation. I just feel that once you're on your own, it's going to be kind of harder to swim in this position for white.
Yes, especially you already sacrificed a pawn there, which I fail to see the point of that. Yeah, this should be home preparation. This should be ancient move that they already did their work before the match. But now Queen F5 seemed to take Anna by surprise, and she's having a think.
Yeah, I mean, G4, like none of that has been seen before. I'm pretty sure this is all some kind of novelty. And at this point, you basically have to figure out which piece is going to F5. Yep,
Yes.
She brought in the knight. Logical, attacking the bishop. And I suppose you want to play something like Rook G1, take the pawn back, maybe make some sacrifice on G7. So now Nurgul needs to figure out, does she want to take the knight or does she want to bring the bishop back to F8?
Right. So, yeah, also you can pretty much give up the bishop by playing Rook A D8, another developing move by black. So, yeah, Nurgul also has quite a few decent choices here.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong. They all look very logical. Which one do I intuitively like? Okay, well, she went for the trade. I was going to say maybe that's the one I liked less, giving up the bishop, just because it was quite a nice bishop on E6. And, well, white's dream is Rook G1, Rook G4, I think. I think
Yep.
that's the big dream. Now, let's just look at the obvious. Queen takes here. But now I can continue. It's like, it doesn't really matter that I've lost the pawn because we're not trading queens. And if I can take the pawn back, then I get a big attack.
Right. And she moved knight c7. So instead of taking the pawn, she feels like, okay, my knight is not doing anything on a6. It's time for the knight to kind of defend the king.
Yeah.
So maybe she will put it, I think, on d5. If she can have it, it would be very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the most intuitive move is king b1, but obviously it gives black time to attack the bishop with knight d5. Is there anything else we can do? Can we just play rook g1 here and go for g4?
Yeah.
Let's say I do that.
Yeah, let's try it. So rook g1,
Knight
knight
d5,
d5.
and rook takes g4.
And, oh, maybe,
Yeah, I'm allowing this.
yeah, you're
And
allowing
if
that.
I let you take, it's basically while you're winning all my pieces with that major fork, huh?
Yeah, I don't see a way to deal with it. Yeah.
So in this position, I have this wild move,
Wow.
trying to go for g7 and then rook g8.
So should black defend g7 or should I just let it?
Yeah, you should defend it. The question is how. If you go bishop f8, then your king kind of gets stuck in a dangerous place. And so the best way to defend it is a g5.
Interesting. then
Yeah,
rook takes,
but
or-
it's super sharp. This position. I mean, wow. Like if you take an f5, then I take. But if you take here, I think you're pretty safe. And I think black is doing just fine. Obviously, we've gone like very far, but just that's kind of just illustrates some of the
Crazy lines.
the ideas in the position, because now white has this big choice, right? Like, do they slow down a little bit, or do they just go all in for the g4 pawn?
Yeah, this is a big moment for Anna. Which attitude that she would choose toward the position?
Like, so if you go king b1,
Knight d5.
knight d5. Now rook takes e3 is a threat, so let's say we move back. And now black has to just act quickly because this pawn will be captured soon by a rook. So let's say you try to trade pieces. Yeah, it's very annoying actually, because it's very solid. Because like the problem is when you take, I don't have a good recapture. I mean, maybe I can try taking with my king, but I just feel like I'm losing my attacking resources as we're trading pieces. You know, like even taking here, nothing happens for a while, right? So, no, it's very solid for black. You know, white kind of has their work cut out for them.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like, so their choice is either go for this crazy stuff and allow the sack on e3, which forces the issue right away, or go for something slower, protecting that pawn, but then giving black a chance to trade pieces. Not a perfect scenario for Anna, and especially that Nurgul actually has a lot more time than her in this situation.
Right. And Anna already spent more than 3 minutes, close to 4 minutes on the clock for her upcoming move. And it is a lot. Just a reminder again, they're playing 10-minute game. It is no longer 25 minutes. So have a 4 minutes different to your opponent. It's already very significant.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick look at Prague. He's got the white pieces against Arjun, and Arjun is now in a must-win. He's going for this Queen's Gambit declined line. Let's take a look at what he has created. He's actually, I think, won a pawn, and Prague has sacked a pawn to get some initiative based on the bishop pair and the better development. But I feel like Arjun is also going to get the kind of game he's looking for, right? Arjun can take now, take, and play b5. And, well, you know, he's up a pawn, and it's going to be sharp. I mean, I feel like that's what he needs, right? He's the side that needs to take risks to win as black. So that kind of suits him.
Right.
How is the time situation in their game? It's about the same.
Similar, yep.
By the way, and he's going for it. Are
Yep.
we going to see b5? I think we are.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Perfect opening choice for Arjun, who needs to win the second game.
Yeah. I mean, any sort of imbalance, taking some material for compensation, that kind of imbalance, like it suits the side that is in a must-win situation. And meanwhile, in Anna's game, she played rook h to g1, and going for that more direct approach. And Nurgul answered knight d5, and that's kind of a simple move for her to make because, you know, the attack on the bishop is very obvious, isn't it?
Right.
So now Anna can capture, but the problem is that rook takes e3 is the capture that bothers her. You know, knight takes is also possible, but I guess, I mean, I would even say, yeah, like you can even do that. Like, honestly, I don't even see what's wrong with this one. Why you need to get so fancy? Because
Bishop f8, let's say. Oh, bishop f8,
yeah,
bishop
bishop
h7.
f8, I might
Yeah,
lose.
bishop h7,
Yeah,
rook
bishop
h4.
h7, or I might lose because even of rook g7, queen g2, right? Like this move, probably not. Yeah, like even, I don't know. I feel like this is dangerous, but what am I missing? Oh, I missed a check. I missed a big check, and you trade my attacking rook. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Oops.
I can just escape to e7.
Yeah, but this one we go and we, I guess, find your king on the H file. So she's not going to go bishop f8, but g5 is possible because if you sack your rook, the king just runs to f8. There's no discoveries. And then I guess we can keep going, right? Like there's h4. I mean, maybe she'll go for, I mean, maybe this kind of position, at least white can do something in. And by the way, Salimova is now going to be facing that choice.
Yep, taking the e3 with the knight or with the rook. Which one do you think she's going to go?
She'll go with the rook.
She'll go with the rook?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's been playing very energetic, and I would say it was quite a masterclass, that the game that she had on the first one when she beat Anna. It was
Yeah, that
not
was beautiful.
easy. That was beautiful from the start to finish. She just pretty much, I think, very accurate just until the end. It's just amazing. Amazing performance.
Yeah. So no, I think rook e3 is a little too tempting to pass up. Obviously, you see the fork. Well, let's see what could be the issue for her in going for this line. All right. So yeah, if you see the fork, it just looks good. You've got everyone under attack. So
You
rook
have to play rook
e3,
G1,
yeah,
yeah?
rook g1,
Yeah.
and then she's gotta find g5 because this is definitely a problem. So she's got to find this move and be pretty confident that, you know,
That her position is okay.
yeah.
Despite all the white pieces looking at the direction to the king.
Can we try h4 here? Can we just try it? I know it's unlikely to work, but
Maybe just some attack on c3.
yeah, you want to
Oh.
capture something here? Knight takes c3, for example. But then I can take your rook. I mean, I agree with you that this move definitely needs to be looked at, right? But then there's rook g5, maybe.
No, just take it on e3.
You take on e3. Okay, she did play rook takes.
Ooh, rook takes. And now Anna has to find... And she did.
Yeah.
Rook d g1. This keeps the game alive.
Yeah, well, again, you know, they're bringing the fireworks. They can't call their
It
games
is.
boring.
It is.
Not a single one of them has
None.
ever had like a symmetric structure.
Nope. We are very entertained already since game 1.
Yeah. And by the way, Arjun did push his pawn to c4. So, you know, we'll come back to that game a bit later, but it does look like that one will be also one to watch.
Yes.
And hopefully Arjun will, you know, hopefully he will get his chances in this game. I mean, I feel quite sad for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he deserves it. And then they will go for the Blitz tiebreak. But this one,
Anna is down to just a bit over 3 minutes. It's like not a lot of time for such a complicated position. But let's try to see what else can happen after G5, because I think Salimova will find it, because like what else is there to protect this pawn? Like this move, you look at it and then you discard it pretty quickly. So she's going to go G5, and Anna's going to face this big choice. So we basically think that this is too slow. It gives black a lot of options, given that black is up a piece, right? Yeah. And by the way, I mean, the problem with a move like that is like you're not recapturing your piece, and they could move their rook somewhere and even have like bishop f4. I mean, and try to take that pawn. You might have to give up a little too much material. So, no, she's going to have to take. She's going to have to take. But, and go queen f2 and kind of figure out that like in every sort of capture here, ultimately there's rook g5.
So you have to take on g4.
Except queen takes. Queen takes, you can just take the knight. Yeah, so you have to take on g4. And unfortunately, this is not a lot for white. Pieces are getting traded.
But this gives quite some potential for Anna to make a comeback, because opposite card bishop, again, is always very tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky, but the problem is she's down a pawn. And like, how much of an attack does she really have here on the light squares? For example, I want to know if I take, well, maybe you'll play bishop b1 and, you know, maybe I can try. I think, though, I mean, I don't see why this move is bad.
And
unless you have queen h4, maybe queen h4. Queen h4, you have bishop f4. I mean, it's hard to believe that this is really bad for black. You know, like to me, this is the most sort of the testing move. And I mean, fortunately, we still always have this block. Yeah, I don't think we can go for this kind of stuff, leaving our king unprotected. Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yep, so Salimova has to figure this out. And g5, yeah, just by a process of elimination, you cannot protect g7 with bishop f8, because there will be bishop h7 and rook h4. And if you move, g6 could easily be taken. So yeah, g5.
Yeah, that's right. She'll get to it. Let's take a look at the craziness going on in the game between Prague and Arjun.
What is going on?
So after
look at those pawns.
Yeah, after those pawns got here, knight d5, like we said, Arjun was creating something. Somehow this pawn didn't get captured, probably because of bishop a6. I certainly wouldn't really want to be white here in a must-draw situation. Knight d2. Pawns are moving forward. I mean, well, Arjun's got himself everything he wants, but he lost that pawn. What's his plan? Queen b4. Is Prague holding a piece here or not?
It is the same number of pieces.
Yeah, I know, but is he holding that knight? Is he going to hold that knight? Like, how?
Knight d6, queen c8, bishop
Knight
d6.
d6, queen d6.
Queen c8.
Queen c8, rook c8, bishop d6, and we're in some endgame. Okay. So knight d6 is interesting, yeah?
Or maybe he's also thinking of bishop d6, actually.
And if queen d6, queen c8, here, and we get some kind of two bishops versus two knights endgame where, you know, maybe it's not too bad for white, yeah? It's still complicated.
Yeah, I think white should be all right in this position.
Oh, by the way, Salimova, she played king f8. Okay, interesting. We didn't even look at that move. We didn't even consider. Rook takes g7. So wow, and that's apparently a mistake.
Maybe her
because
idea
of
is
rook e1.
Yeah.
And then after we take, black is just up a piece, right?
What an oversight. Yep. I think rook e1 is also very obvious.
What else could she have done, though? Like rook h4 to go to h8, but she didn't spend that long, I guess, on this, and she just took. Wow. So now here, and if, I mean, you're just down a piece, right? Like you're just trading down. You're trading down the rooks and getting rid of this threat.
Yeah, I don't see anything else. Just play rook e1.
Yeah.
And she did.
Yeah.
She did. Salimova is one step closer to be the finalist.
I mean, right here, white has really no attack. The king is just getting away in the dark squares.
And it's just an extra piece.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to Prague versus Arjun. So we think that Salimova is going to go through, but what's going to happen in this game
Queen
is
D3.
a mystery. Queen d3. So out of all the moves that Prague could have made, he chose this one.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is not the greatest move in the world. This is now black has a capture with a tempo and bishop a6 and putting a lot of pressure with that pin. And then there's not going to be any more knight d6. So you got to take this knight. All right, Erigaisi, you got to take your chances here. He did it.
He did.
Oh, I feel like we're going to see a comeback. Oh, and I will be happy for Arjun, who got that heartbreaking game.
Mm-hmm.
And the two friends can continue to entertain us, right? Okay, so now if you take, I take, and then I take your rook, and in the end I castle, and I still have my extra B pawn, and it looks pretty bad. Right? And if you, I don't know, if you move your rook somewhere, I guess I can just move my rook somewhere, and I just have a winning position, right?
Even to c8.
Yeah, what did he do? He played queen d2. Okay, good try.
But first of all, you can take the queen and then move the rook. That's it.
Yeah, you might lose the b pawn or not. You could trade. You could definitely trade and like move your rook somewhere. But then there's rook fb1, and you actually might lose that pawn. He needs to make.
Oh.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful that he doesn't lose the b pawn because
Or maybe
that's
just
his
take on
ticket.
c4. Take on c4, take on a8, castle, and bishop has to go to e4.
Yeah,
or
rook
f3.
b8 though was a good move.
Oh, rook b8.
Simple, simple. Just get the rook out of
Very
attack,
simple. Yep.
and then you're actually happy to recapture. And I think he's got everything under control. I think this is it. He really found the best move.
Yep, and
That's
how to
cool.
protect this knight. Knight has to go, but then f1 is hanging. Pragnananda doesn't look happy. Yep.
No, he doesn't. But Arjun getting that win with the black pieces, that's going to be huge. Wow, and they're going to go to Blitz.
They're likely going to the Blitz. But the other game, I think it's also as exciting. Okay, queen takes, rook takes, knight d6, I think king e7, and then knight b5.
Well, the thing is that
You can also take on a4 and take on b5, yeah?
actually that looks pretty good. Looks pretty
b2.
good, but he just wants
b2
to.
is clean.
Oh
Yeah, it's very clinical.
Yeah, he wants to take on a4. So I mean, let's say rook b1. Oh,
Yep.
then he can just take on b5 and be up like 2 pawns here.
I think this is almost the end of the...
Yeah.
Yep,
I mean,
so rook a b1.
bishop takes b5 is like
Or rook b8. I like
would be
rook
my
b8.
choice. I
Rook
think
b8.
yeah, I would go for this one. But
Or rook
you
c8. Yeah.
you like bringing
Any-
in the rooks, yeah?
I like to bring all my pieces.
I wouldn't go for this because then you have
Rook
to
b2,
you have,
yeah,
you have to
yeah.
calculate stuff.
There's no reason to give up that pawn.
Yeah, so for me it's just like take and just play that. How can you not win that?
Yeah, and he did take stakes.
Yeah.
And I think he's
Prague
about
knows,
to take it.
Prague knows that he just lost this game. Wow.
Yep. Amazing. Truly amazing performance by these two prodigies, Pragnananda and Erigaisi. Like,
Yeah.
they're really showing it on the board. They're
Yeah.
really fighting.
They are. It's nice to see. It's nice to see that level of fighting spirit. And is Erigaisi, he's actually still thinking about taking the pawn.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking also rook b8, rook c8, anything actually.
Yeah, don't think too much. Just take it because bishop c6 is not a big deal. I mean, you'll win the rook end game. What is there really to think about? Just take it, and you can always have rook b8. What could he be thinking about even? Like, why would this pawn not get captured just automatically?
Yeah, they tend to just try to find like the best move in all cases. But yeah, here is, I agree with you. I would just take on b5 right away.
Yeah. All right. And Anna's game, you know,
Still
it's still
going
going
on.
on. We'll probably have a chance to return to it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's completely clear. Well, yeah, it's mostly clear. All right, let's take a look at Anna's game. Knight g6. I mean, still the black king is kind of open.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn takes. I don't know, maybe queen e6.
Queen e6, bishop f4, and
yeah,
then queen
you
f5.
get a trade. Yeah, and if I take here, you always have queen f5. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Or maybe bishop f4 first, just to see where this king goes, and then you always have queen f5.
Yeah. This is looking like it's going to be...
It's going to be 2-0.
It's going to be a semifinals match between Anna and Tan Zhongyi for third
for
place.
The place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, Salimova playing like very amazingly. Like, no, her games are very good quality.
They
like,
are.
Like this is not like just a coincidence or anything.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, she's fighting for it, and she's been playing very solid.
Yeah.
So now queen f5 is good, but bishop f4 and queen f5, they are also good. So
They're
which
both
one?
good, yeah.
Which one?
No, I like
should
the
take?
idea. Keep the check in reserve. Why use up your check? I mean, it's fine to go bishop f4, king d1.
She
did
played
it.
bishop f4, king d1, and now I think
Yes.
queen f5 should be on the board soon. And attacking both
threatening
g6,
checkmate
yeah,
and
checkmate.
the rook. And that's going to be it. That's going to be over.
Yeah, that's going to be over.
Well, first of all, nice prep by
And
Salimova.
we have a win by Arjun. So their match will go on the next tiebreak. It's amazing. Very well done by Arjun Argaisi and Pragnananda to show that fighting spirit. And this game, I would expect that it would finish very soon. Queen c2 is on the board. Queen takes, and
Yeah.
I think king f7, yeah?
Oh, wow. She's down a piece. So Anna has obviously given up all chances to win in this game. I mean, it's funny because, again, Salimova has a piece for 2 pawns like she had against Shuvalova.
Yeah, but isn't this the forced win? Like if you just play queen h5? Because the king has to go there.
King
rook
e1 and
rook
just
e8.
rook e8. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
why she didn't try to mate the king.
Yeah, it's a mate, right? I think it's forced.
Yeah, I don't know why she didn't go for this one. Like, it certainly feels...
And queen h3.
I mean, I guess there's rook g2, but, yeah, she could have gone for that. All right. Playing some moves. Oh, it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. She doesn't want to keep going. And then,
Wow.
there you go. We have our finalists.
Amazing.
Amazing performance by Nurgul Salimova going to the final. And we'll be playing against Alexandra Gorchkina in 2 days. And look
Yeah.
at the expression. She is looking very happy.
Yeah.
this
She's
is some-
definitely showing a lot of emotion there.
Yes, this is very unexpected
It
finish.
is like a Cinderella story,
Mm-hmm.
right? Getting promoted to the finals of the Women's World Cup. Well, I think she earned her way here. There's definitely nothing lucky about these games.
There's nothing.
I don't
about-
feel like
yeah.
when I look at these games, I don't actually see a lot of luck, right? Because sometimes, like, we talked about the match Pats versus Muzichuk.
Yeah,
there
there's
was
some luck
definitely
there.
some luck involved. But in these games, it's not really luck. I mean, this is just how it goes in rapid chess, right? But
Yep.
there were no big blunders.
No big blunders.
And in this match.
She has proven that she's a very capable player and a worth finalist for the Women's World Cup. So don't go anywhere. We still have one tiebreak match to be played that is still between the two prodigies, Pragnananda and Argaisi Arjun, and they'll be playing the Blitz section of the tiebreak, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hello, everyone. We're about to start the Blitz tiebreaks for the match between Arjun Erigaisi and Pragnananda. And right now, they're still back to even after having split the rapid tiebreak games, then the 10-minute games, 1-1, each with a decisive win with the black pieces.
Yep.
And Arjun definitely pulled off his comeback after losing a very sad game with white. He came back to win with black. And so here we are going to start the 5+3 portion.
Yes, and if the match is still tied, they will play the sudden death of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And if the game is still a draw, they will just keep playing until there is a winner.
Yeah, it can keep going all evening, guys. So let's see how long this takes. I mean, I feel like it's kind of nice that they're back to even because the game that Arjun lost with white, he really shouldn't have lost.
Yep.
So I'm kind of glad that he's going to get another chance. And they're basically starting from scratch.
Yeah, and here we go. The game has just begun. E4
E5,
on the first move
yes.
now.
E4, E5.
Are we going to see Lopez? No, we are
It's an
seeing
Italian. Yes, an Italian on the board. Bishop C4, Bishop C5, and D3. Okay, here we go. We're updated.
D6 and castle.
D6 castles. And between
A6.
these two players, I think this might be the first game that we're seeing in this opening. So Arjun tried out D4 in the rapid. Now he's back to his E4 repertoire. So bishop G5 on the board. And what did Prague
Bishop
do?
A7.
Bishop A7. He moves
A4.
back. The bishop, A4. And is he going to maybe throw an H6 here? Or is he going to castle? I guess H6 would be my choice.
A6.
Yeah, it's
and
on
probably
the board.
G5. Yeah, G5.
Yeah, G5 and
Knight E7.
Knight E7. Interesting. Okay, there might be some tactical reasons why Knight H5 doesn't work here. So he goes Knight E7. And I guess the Knight is going to G6 and maybe F4. So always kind of dangerous when you get this bishop, I think, stuck on G3 for white.
Yep, I agree with you. And Knight G6 also, there's Bishop G4. You're provoking H3 because there's Knight H5 and so on. So yeah, this is going to be dangerous. But again, this position has been played numerous times. And I think with equal chances for both sides. So we'll see. Because you might want to close the king side, but white will try to break open the center.
Yeah, apparently after 97, this was still a game Mamedov Caruana. After D4, that was from 2016. So it's been seen before. Yeah, white is trying to get some counterplay in the center with D4. Knight takes E4, pawn takes E5. And what is black going to do here? Well, D5 is actually a very simple and strong move that he could try, just closing up the bishop and getting a tempo, supporting the knight. I think if you sort of, he put it on the board, D5. Okay, so actually this match is starting out pretty well for Prague. After bishop D3, he has a lot of nice choices. He can develop his light squared bishop somewhere. What else can he do? He can go for H5, but you need to calculate that a bit. Yeah, that's a little tricky because then there's bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, king takes, and knight takes G5. So that's actually less clear to me.
Yep.
I think bishop E6 would be my choice.
Or bishop F5, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, bishop E6 looks very solid. Maybe you want to leave the F5 square for the knight. So, yeah. Oh, he goes bishop F5. All right. Very understandable. And we might see black castling queenside in this position. So Prague is off to a good start here.
Yeah. Yeah, things are looking good for black in this position. Yeah, because black is not committed to the castle yet, so he can totally prepare for the long castle and have a safer place for the king.
Yeah, and actually notice that white can't even get the knight out because of knight takes G3, winning a piece. So actually Arjun has to think of another system of development here. Perhaps putting this knight to D4 and maybe getting this bishop to go back to G6. And... even then, it's kind of tricky for him to go knight D2. So we'll see. But yeah, it's looking pretty good for Prague out of the opening.
Yeah, and time situation, Arjun is a little bit behind than Pragnanandis by about 30 seconds. And again, this is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. So every move, they will have another extra 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a whole lot for white other than knight d4. I feel like you got to start with that and then just kind of see where they go, probably to g6, and then try to find some move, some way for this knight to come out. But the problem is like that there's always h5 as well. And now there's also c5.
Yeah, that h5 is scary. Maybe you might want to think about e6 instead of queen e2 and try to get a diagonal for the bishop. But yeah.
And then it could get crazy. I could go f5 and start with my pawn march.
Yeah, bishop e5.
Maybe I'll castle. Castles is nice, right? And yeah, the pawn could be weak one day, especially once I kick out the knight.
But Arjun has to play fast.
Yeah, so he started with knight d4. Oh,
Queen
interesting.
d7.
Prague doesn't want to take the time to save the bishop. Queen d7 is also quite reasonable because he just wants to get castled queenside faster. And after Arjun takes, I think he'll take, because at least you get something, right? You get a bishop. Then I think, he can take either way. But, I mean, knight takes is more intuitive to me. Why put your queen in a pin if you don't have to? I mean, there's no f3 for now, but yeah, knight takes f5 would be my choice.
Yes, I think that would be a good choice. But we'll see if Arjun will take the bishop on f5 or not.
Look at the focus on Prague's face. Look at the way the eyes are, so into the position.
King h1. What does it do? So probably trying to prepare f3. Is it the case?
Yeah.
Or maybe just trying to prepare knight g3, fg3.
I don't know. But I think he's got to figure out what he's going to do after h5. Knight takes f5, knight takes f5, maybe bishop takes e4. Bishop's in trouble a bit on g3. What other moves does Prague have here? He has so
h5.
many good choices.
He played
h5. Okay. So now I guess knight takes f5. We would play knight takes f5.
No, I don't think you'll like to take it.
He played h4. Okay.
You just want to keep this diagonal close for the bishop on a7. So h4.
So if they take, we take, and we can try to say that our king is not that weak. Yeah. Okay. So,
but look at the time situation. Arjun is down to 30 seconds.
No,
left.
he's got a minute 23.
Oh, a minute 23.
Yeah, minute 23. And not a lot, though. He is like down almost 2 minutes compared to Prague.
Wow.
And Prague plays
Long castle.
long castle. He has built up a beautiful position here with the black pieces, and white still can't get these pieces developed.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you take... Well, at that point, I'll have some nice choices, like taking or maybe just playing h4. And what
Queen
did he
e2.
do? Queen e2. Okay.
Yeah. Well, even with the rook to go g8.
Yeah, do we go rook g8?
Yes. The attack is just too good.
Yeah, there's so many moves, though. There's bishop g4. You don't even have f3.
And the harmony of black pieces as well is just so good. It's, I mean, in this point, Prague is in the upper hand situation.
Yeah, I think the one move you don't really want to play is g4 because you don't actually want to close up that part of the board, right? You want to keep it open. So I do like rook g8. Seems like a perfectly reasonable move to me. But yeah, he's got some nice choices here.
Right.
So my top two moves are rook hg8 or bishop g4. If bishop g4, they move to c2, what are we going to do?
Bishop g4.
Okay. So I guess we're going to find out because I think the queen will move to c2.
Yes. Oh, queen e1.
Queen e1. Uh-huh.
And f5. Is it, or something is on f5. Knight f5. Knight f5. Wow.
Knight f5. Okay, everyone is coming into the party.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is so much pressure on white's position. What a disastrous opening, huh? That's how it looks when you get down to Blitz. it can look disastrous. You can lose control very quickly. So what happens if I take you? I guess you're going to probably take with your queen and just move all your pieces in. Probably. But yeah, poor Aragaisi, down to 30 seconds. And the thing is, like, look at the power of Black's pieces here. So much power. And, you know, and the edge on the clock. I don't think Aragaisi is going to survive this for long. So he took on e4.
Bishop e4.
Okay, just pawn takes e4.
Yep. And then if you take back, queen takes e4, and he did.
And queen e4, and now
You just took on
g takes
h4, yeah?
h4, yeah.
And it, yeah.
And
You can also take d4. You have many options here.
yeah, Black can consider taking, I guess, knight takes, pawn takes, and like bishop takes.
Yep, bishop
Oh, he
takes
actually
d4.
decided with the bishop. Okay. C takes, and
then takes on
yeah, he can
h4.
take an h4, sure.
And if bishop f4, oh, e6.
E6, okay. He's trying to activate the bishop.
So I think taking it with the pawn is the first move that comes to mind, but he didn't.
Yeah, he took the bishop first. He wants to get rid of it, and then just went back, and he's completely winning here, right? He's
It is a winning position.
he's up
yeah.
a pawn, but the problem is that White's king is actually weak, right?
Now even the queen takes on h4, and he did actually take it with the
pawn.
With the pawn.
Yeah,
I
now
think
he's gonna lose the game on that square. It's just
Yeah.
gonna be like
Maybe rook first, yeah,
rook
g8.
first, bishop in,
Yeah, he
everybody in, and knight c3. I guess finally, can you imagine move 25? The knight finally develops from b1. That's not a good sign.
I like bishop h3,
Bishop h3.
but maybe a bit too fancy. Yeah,
It is fancy. I mean, I'll probably
Rook
have some kind of
f2,
rook
yeah.
f2. You're trying to mate me.
Oh,
Yeah, he just went
queen
for the
takes.
prosaic. Here's his extra pawn. And
Rook f4.
Rook f4.
And queen d2,
Queen d2. Okay.
and now queen f3.
He's only got like 5 seconds to work with here. It's very tough for him.
Yep.
He's doing a good job holding things together, but yeah, by the way, there's rook takes g2 tactic here, winning another pawn.
Yep, I think
Rook
Pragnananda
takes
is looking
g2,
at
queen
it. Yeah.
takes, and queen f4 wins another pawn, and that's kind of it.
Also rook d3. There are many tempting choices.
Yeah, rook
Right.
d3. I
Rook
mean,
d3,
like I
queen
guess there's queen
f1.
f2.
Rook d3, queen f1, and now I have my bishop h3. I really like that move.
All right, I think he will play rook takes g2 though. It feels like it's a fairly simple tactic, unless he's worried about rook d1. Rook there, king there.
Yeah, he took it.
He played rook takes g2.
Knight e4.
Probably rook h2 and rook g8 is kind of intuitively what I would go for.
Yeah, there's knight g5 though.
Yeah, but then at least my queen's not hanging.
Or you can play, rook
he's
g8.
he's reaching for it. Knight g5 was forced, but now you
And
can
now
even
bishop
take on
d5,
h4 if you want.
Bishop d5, yeah, that's it. And rook g2 is coming.
Yeah, he played
d5.
bishop d5. Okay,
And
everything kind of wins. Yeah,
Ooh, Arjun has only 1 second left.
rook d1, and now what is it like?
Does rook g2 check?
Rook g2, king f1. Still not over.
Oh, rook h1.
Yeah,
What a
there we
move
go.
to finish it.
Yeah.
Nice. And Arjun immediately resigned. So first game was won by Pragnananda.
With the
And
black pieces.
With the black pieces
Very
again.
convincing game.
So there's some trend in their match, yeah. Whoever got the black pieces so far, he would win the game.
Yeah.
But I think we can now take a look at this at the game from the beginning.
Okay, let's do it.
It's looking very cool. Like I like this how Pragnananda won the game, like very energetically playing.
All right, so it's an Italian opening. C3, knight f6, d3, d6, castles, a6. And okay, I mean, bishop g5. That's really the first question, right? I mean, that's kind of the piece that got White into trouble. So maybe he shouldn't have hurried so much with this bishop move. Do you play this Italian for White, Irene?
For both sides.
Both sides? So what can you tell us about this position? I mean, what would you play here for White?
Okay, knight bd2 is a line, a4 is a line, and it's also quite trendy. Bishop g5, you're already inviting your opponent to play this h6, g5, but of course in such a line, There are many cases when white could actually break free and then attack the center. So it's still like a double-edged variation.
You know what I think? He must have confused something, Arjun, in the Blitz game, because I'm looking now at the stats, and yeah, the popular moves are A4, Bishop B3, Rook E1, Knight D2. Like, I don't even see Bishop H6 as like anywhere near the top. I mean, sorry, Bishop H5. It's like Bishop G5 has almost never been played. So this might have been like already the first kind of problem.
Inaccuracy.
And yeah, and then Bishop A7 happened. I mean, you know, maybe black could have played H6 right away, but okay. And somehow, maybe also the other thing was where he moved the bishop. Maybe it should have moved back to safety.
Yeah, but it's kind of like not thematic in this position to move back to E3 when you're already on G5. If you want to play Bishop E3, you could have done that without Bishop G5. So I could totally understand why Arjun decided to play Bishop H4 because this is more thematic.
But even more thematic for black was playing G5, right? And yeah, in these positions, I mean, I found like Knight E7 to be quite a nice move, right? Like that's maybe something that wasn't so obvious to me. I think there's issues with playing Knight H5.
I think Knight E5, yeah?
Yeah, there's always this tactic against the knight.
And Knight G3, Knight
and
C6.
Knight G3, and yeah,
Knight
in this
C6.
position, Knight C6 just kind of wins a pawn for white, right? So he went Knight E7. That was a very key move. And D4, you know, I can understand Arjun trying to do something quickly because, I mean, the long-term outlook is not great. Right? So D4 makes sense, but of course it kind of, well, I don't know, maybe he needed to go Knight D2 and just allow Knight G6, you know?
And then D4. No.
And then D4.
You have to play D4, actually.
Yeah.
have
But, you know,
to
then
do-
black has time to hold that pawn on E5. And, yeah, no, it's not great with this bishop here. So many ideas with these pawns, right? So he went for D4 and kind of forced the issue, gave up that pawn, and then, you know, really powerful center for black with D5. Bishop F5 was another nice move. Basically, actually, black's play just kind of flowed from this moment, right? So I kind of feel like maybe the key good move that Prague did, other than H6 and G5, was just this Knight E7 move.
Knight E7.
Yeah, it was quite nice. Because after that, it was more like him having the initiative, and it was very difficult for Aragaisi, and he was burning a lot of time. Prague played, let me just see. Well, let me refresh here. Give me a second, guys. Prague played Queen D7. You know, not necessarily like the absolute top move, but like very natural.
Yeah, and then just console.
Right, and
H5, H4.
Yeah, and I mean, his moves just flowed. Bishop G4 was nice. Knight F5 was nice. I mean, there were lots of ways to play this position for black. I think that was the trick for him, like just choosing one. But I guess he chose quite accurately. And this was also a very problematic position for white because, like, he finally gets to develop his knight, but his king is weak. His pawns are weak. He loses another pawn. And, you know, the end game he might have survived a bit longer, but it's very unpleasant. He actually loses like another pawn, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So that's why he didn't trade the queens.
Yeah, the endgame would be just fix 0-1, yeah? And now even the queen's on the board, it's a hard position for white to defend, almost impossible to defend.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here, like if white tries rook d1, we probably go here, and it's always this check that comes from the other rook. That is the problem. And now what do we do? Oh, it's our bishop. Well, we can do something with our bishop.
Bishop H3 maybe?
Bishop H3. Well, that's one way to win.
Oh, Bishop H3, actually queen takes. No, it's a blunder. Bishop H3, queen takes.
Queen takes is a check.
Yeah, so I found a way to make black lose, yeah?
Yeah. Let's find a way to make black win. So Bishop H3 is not the way to do it because that's a check, and then I actually am up a piece. What can black do to win this position?
Or takes on F4 and then
rook
Bishop
H1
H3.
is pretty good. Rook H1 is good because, you know, I'm just getting your rook, and I'm just attacking you for free.
No, that's the fourth line, like queen F4 instead of this. Just sack the queen. Queen
Sack the
F4, queen F4, and then Bishop H3, and then G1.
You want to checkmate me like that? Yeah, that's pretty nice. Okay. So basically, yeah, it was tough here for
Yeah.
Arjun, and he played here, and Prague kind of cleaned up quickly with these checks, and then brought in the bishop and ended the game with that, basically
Yeah.
forcing White to lose their queen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a nice finish by Pragnananda. Do you think we will see a comeback by Arjun?
Well, judging by how I feel, I would say no, because I'm feeling a little tired. So I feel like, this is going to be the end, of today. It's been a very dramatic day. No, I feel like based on how confidently Prague won this game with Black, it seems like, okay, he's very good at these faster time controls. I think he has kind of gotten a handle on things after that loss. And, well, can we see this continue going? It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yep.
But I guess if you ask me, do I think that finally Prague will be able to just hold a draw with the white pieces? Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Okay, but I think we will see a sudden death of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
You
I
think so? All right.
Yeah, so Arjun might be able to make a comeback that he's needed on this match. And yeah, we will see a sudden death.
Well, we're about to see it. We're about to see liftoff.
Yes, so...
They've just shaken hands.
And what will be the first move? D4.
Okay. Now, he's done that before, and he lost. So he needs to improve on that play from a couple of games ago. Right now, we got D4, D5, Knight of3, Knight of6 on the board. C4, E6.
So they kind of repeat
Yep.
their previous game. So in this position, in the previous game, I think Pragnananda played Bishop G5.
So we got Knight D7 on the board,
Will
and he lost a pawn in that game.
So will Pragnananda change his approach to this game?
Well, he does.
took, yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's a good decision. Going for a classical structure in the Queen's Gambit. CD, ED, Bishop F4.
Bishop B4.
And Bishop B4. Okay. I guess they want to go Knight E4. They want to go for some crazy stuff like that.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
A3.
A3. Okay. So Prague playing it safe. Getting rid of that pin.
Takes.
And Black plays C5 here. He might castle first and then play C5, but that's the general approach, Try to use these squares for your knights.
Knight E4.
Knight E4.
So we might see some G5 on the board.
Queen C2, and will G5 and H5 be played? Could be.
That is very possible.
Yep. I mean, you don't want to wait for White to go E3 and Bishop D3. But again, you can always castle E3, C5.
G5.
But he goes for it. Yeah,
There you
not
go.
surprising. I think that's the right approach. And Prague is like, should I also get in trouble with my bishop on G3?
Yep. That currently has been the theme on their match. So
Maybe he should go back to C1. What do you
Yeah.
think about that? It's a little lame.
and then
I
play
totally admit
A4,
it.
Bishop A3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a lame move, obviously.
No, it is. I think
But,
it's okay.
Yeah, there he goes
But
to E5.
Bishop E5 was played.
And now F6, I guess, or castles. So F6, then he'll go back, and then he's somehow trying to use the fact that he provoked Black to do that so that he can have a check here one day. That's actually pretty clever by Prague. For example, he can go H4, and there's no knight takes G3 because the check, can be unpleasant. So he castled.
Wow, castles.
Nice choice by Arjun.
Wow. I like how this game is going.
Yep. He's doing his best.
No, yeah, so maybe, sudden death is a very likely possibility. But okay, because I don't want this to end.
You don't? Yeah?
No,
Okay.
they're so close.
We'll just
It's
bring back Najat, for you, Irene, and this can continue on, for a while. All right. So how about H3 here? Is that a move? Or is that just too lame to play H3? I'm trying to save my bishop from all your ideas.
to H2, yeah?
Yeah, but I guess there's a lot of, and also I'm stopping G4. Of course E3 is more thematic.
Yep. E3, G4, knight
G4
D2.
and knight D2. Okay. But there is a big imbalance now. Black might, pay the price
Knight
for his
takes,
open king. Because in these positions, even sometimes when you win a pawn, but your king is so exposed, like it's pretty hard to handle in blitz. Let's see their time situations. So Arjun has a little over 4 minutes, and Prague has about 3.5 minutes. And right now, Arjun is on the move. He could win this pawn, right? He could sort of even trade, maybe attack it with the rook or the queen. Well, with the rook first. Or he could pull away from the trade. He can go knight c5. Maybe that's what he needs to do.
Yes,
he did
and
it.
he did it.
Yeah.
Knight c5 is on the board.
Keeping more pieces on the board, yeah. Well, here's the interesting thing. So what's his next move? His next move is queen e7, getting the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So what does white do about that? I mean, you can castle your king, but you're going to lose a pawn. And maybe, maybe you could do that and play that position with like c4. It's not crazy. Or you can go h3 and try to open the h-file. That's actually kind of the most fun move, h3.
Maybe
but then
after
they might
h3,
play
g3.
g3, right?
Yeah.
They could play g3 and it still stays really crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So Prague has a big choice here.
Yep. And time situation, how much left?
Okay, he's attacking the pawn on h7. He's got 243 against 330.
So now how to defend this pawn, or should we just
Maybe we should just give it up.
give it up, yeah?
Yeah, because if you take it, it's going to take you a while to get back with your bishop. So, and the pawn's not super important. So maybe something like queen g5, just attacking this.
What about queen h5? Queen h4.
Queen h4, you're trying to save the pawn, yeah?
Also maybe queen g5.
Okay.
Arjun
good
says,
move.
I don't
Yeah,
care about this pawn.
That's a good move. I mean, he's really doing his best in this game to stay in it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins, actually.
Yeah, we can see the effort by Arjun to make the position interesting and very dynamic because he really needs this win.
He needs this win to stay in the match, to take it to 3+2.
Right. And after bishop takes h7, king g7, and yeah, the position looks a bit messy there, especially for the white king.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for Prague to go for these lines because I guess now on g3 maybe you can castle. It's such a mess though. But maybe he needs to go like h3 here. I don't like bishop h7. I don't think that pawn is that important. And then your bishop just gets lost. I think he's got to try this.
And
And
g3?
then g3, I think just castles.
Oh, you can have f4 actually.
Yeah, there is f4 as well. Also not a bad idea. So I would try h3. He's got to go for the initiative.
Yeah, and he did.
He goes for it. There you go. Very important move by Prague. Always fight for the initiative. Okay, so Arjun, what is he going to do? He takes on e5. And after pawn takes g4, what's his plan? He takes on g4. Wow. Wow, that's brave. He's like, yeah, he's leaving that pawn there. I mean, like now the bishop or the rook can take it. But he seems unconcerned. I guess bishop takes king there, and the white pieces cannot really reach the king, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So fascinating. So will he take with the rook? Or will he just not take anything? But he's down a pawn for now.
Okay, bishop
Took with the
h7,
bishop.
king g7, and knight f3.
Knight f3. Oh, okay. So he's kind of forcing bishop takes. He wants to open the g file. What if black tries something else? Is there anything else like queen f6?
Okay, I think taking is fine, and then rook h8. What do you do after that? Just long castle, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, long castle, maybe.
Long castle, wow. This position might just get crazy and crazier.
Or king e2. But yeah, I think long castle, actually. I mean, if he doesn't take, then I think the knight is going to d4. So if he goes queen f6, he could do that. But maybe knight d4 here. Rook h8 and Some sort of castles queenside is very, very sharp.
Yeah, but you cannot do it now.
Oh, I can't castle. Yeah.
Yep, the bishop and g4
I'm at
is...
the point where I'm making illegal moves.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's hope the players are more energetic than that. Okay. He
yeah.
went for the capture.
And now I think rook h8, but then castle.
Rook h8. Okay. So now White's got a fundamental choice because he's definitely got to figure out what to do with the king. Is it going to be king e2 or is it going to be castle's queenside? I mean, both look possible. Castle's queenside is maybe a bit more intuitive to me.
But king e2 is not bad as well.
Yeah, it can be played. Or he can add in some move like f4 if he thinks that's important to inclusion to attack the queen. And then castle.
King e2.
King e2. Okay, not a surprise. So what do we have here? Pawns are even. It's knight versus bishop. I would say black's pawn structure is a bit better. But, there's still so many pieces that it's not exactly like an end game, right?
Yeah. But the problem with king e3 is what if I play knight e6 here? I mean, I don't know how good knight f4 is, but it is an idea. Or push on d4.
Yeah, knight e6 looks tempting, but there could be queen f5.
Oh, what did he do? b4. Maybe planning to play knight a4. Oh, a5, sorry, not
a5. Oh, he wants to go
b5.
rook a6 and do an improvement of the rook via the rank and hide the king in f8. Very interesting move by Aragaisi.
So it's a check, rook hg1.
And king f8.
Rook h1 and king f8, yes.
Yeah. Very interesting. I totally get his idea. Like I can see why he might like the rook on these squares.
f4.
Queen f6.
Okay, time situation. Arjun is ahead by a minute.
Yeah, 30 seconds for Prague. So queen f6, I think you just automatically do it. Yep.
Queen f6.
And now, the engine bar likes white, but I feel like they don't have a lot of time and there's too much complexity to really talk about that. But I think Prague is reaching for the right move. Yeah, rook h5. Now he's attacking this pawn, and if the pawn goes to c6, then the rook cannot really use the 6th rank. So now it's tricky. There is knight e4, because the rook's not protected, and you're threatening the c3 pawn. He'll probably do that. He's at a minute now.
Yep, and he did that.
How is Prague going to
Knight
defend
e4.
c3?
c4.
c4.
Yeah. He's not afraid. Just keep going forward.
Yeah, wow. On knight c3, maybe he's going to go king f3. Knight c3 is really interesting. But I think if he does it, maybe just the king is running all the way to f3. Wow. Okay. It's crunch time for black. Which decision is he going to make? He also has queen c3, but I don't know if the endgame looks that promising to him. He goes queen a6. Okay, interesting move. I get it. He wants to take the pawn with what, though? No, the white can't take this, but maybe they can defend their rook to threaten the knight. No, he goes queen b2, attacking the rook. Good move.
Wow. How to defend this rook? Because also, if king goes to the e file, there is queen e5 or rook e5.
But maybe he blundered queen c4, king f3, queen c3.
Oh, that is a good defense there.
Yeah, maybe that's a chance for Aragaisi.
He has to do it.
He's got to
Arjun
take
has
it, and
yes.
he's got to... Oh,
No,
he didn't.
what?
He didn't.
Knight
That might be
f6.
costly. Rook h6.
Okay, I think he has... No, he cannot take it now, yeah? Because there is bishop d3.
He took on h7.
He took on h7.
Now it's going to get crazy. Oh, wow.
How
They're going to
is
go
this?
with... Oh, queen takes...
Oh.
Wait, did he just blunder a rook?
No.
There's no rook h... Oh, there's no rook h6 here? I think
Oh,
there
he
is.
blundered.
I think
He
blundered it.
Oh, wow. Sudden death it
He
is.
blundered the rook.
And also, Pragnananda
e6
was
is
down
a-
to 1 second. That is why.
Oh, wow. But, okay. Aragaisi blundered...
No, it was queen f6, not queen.
Oh. Wait. Well, let's just watch.
Yeah.
Let's just watch
We can
it.
have the camera on the game, please.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Prague is up a rook.
Yeah, it is up her rook, and
Yeah, no, he's going to win. He's going to win. He's got 9 seconds.
there's nothing else, yeah? I mean, the rook, the king is safe, so...
Did he just... He's losing the... Yeah, he's going to resign now.
Yes, so we have a sudden death,
Wow.
just like I expected.
Wow. You
What a
predicted that
match.
right, Irene. That was, when that got down to the seconds, it was just crazy.
Yeah, I hope they're not very superstitious because, again, the trend on their match is whoever gets the black pieces, he wins.
Oh, wow. So you feel like black is going to win this match?
Well, I don't know, but I just hope that one of them will not get too upset if the drawing of the colors gives them the white pieces. You
Yeah.
know?
Well,
because we also see.
Someone should be able to draw with white, right?
yes.
It should be possible.
But again, if they draw their first game in the sudden death, they will play the second game and on and on. So until there's a winner. But okay, the trend in their match is also there are so many decisive results, decisive games. So we might actually see only one sudden death game.
But basically, right now, they're playing a set of two. They're still
No.
playing. No, they're going straight into like whoever wins the first one.
Whoever wins. So this
Oh,
decides
wow.
it. Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
So whoever
This is
wins
an-
the next game wins the match.
Yep.
Okay, right. Well, that really makes puts a lot of pressure on each game now, right? When you're playing at least matches of two, you have a chance to come back. When there's no more chance to come back, I feel like we'll see a lot more careful play by white as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, so the players are on the break and they will start preparing for the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds in the sudden death. And meanwhile, we have the interview with Nurgül Salimova, the finalist for the Women's World Cup.
I'm joined by Nurgül Salimova from Bulgaria, who's just defeated Anna Muzichuk in a really exciting tiebreak. Nurgül, first of all, congratulations for your win. Tell me, what are your feelings and sensations now that you've just defeated Anna? You've just won a spot for the candidates, and you're playing the final in 2 days' time against Garyachina.
Thank you very much. Well, now when you are saying all of this, I got extra excited. And I mean, I can't realize what just happened. Already semi-final was a really good result for me as I said, I didn't have such expectations, but now I just can't believe what happened. And I just want to go to my room and share with my parents about this.
So it's the first game you won, a really nice game with the Karokan, then Muzichuk struck back, both of you played the black pieces. Then the third game again with white, really fantastic. One of the nicest game I've seen here with this fantastic morph you made. And the last game, I think you were probably winning at the end, but a draw was the best way to finish.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a draw was enough. So I decided after that game against Shuvalova, I decided piece off is not so, it's not for sure winning for me. So, okay, draw is enough. And under this pressure, I was like, okay, fine.
What were your expectations before coming to play the tiebreak? I mean, Anna Muzichuk is a very, very strong player, a seasoned grandmaster with many matches behind her. What did you think you could do? Did you feel strength and strong after defeating Shuvalova?
Well, I grew up watching her matches, Anna's matches. I mean, she was like my idol when I was a kid still. I mean, I respect her a lot. And of course, she was clear favorite. But I tried to, I didn't think about this because, I mean, it doesn't help thinking about this. I just prepared for my matches and I tried to do like everything right. And okay, whatever happens, of course, she's favorite. So if she wins, okay, it's normal result. But I didn't really have much to lose from this match. So I was just more calm. But after the first game when I won, then I was super stressed because, okay, there's now some big chance that, I mean, if I get a draw, I qualify. So second game with white, I played quite bad, I think. I think it was just psychological, from psychological point of view. So, but after that, okay, I understood that I shouldn't play like that. So I fixed my play and I just tried to play the best moves I see. It doesn't matter if it's draw or win or, yeah.
Nurgül, have you been to Canada before?
No.
You just won a ticket to Canada now.
Yes, yeah, I know. I'm super excited also about this, but yeah, we'll see.
Spots in the candidates. Were you expecting to get this possibility when you came here?
Of course, no. I mean, honestly, no. And when I was a child, yes, I was sure I will do it, but not at 20. I mean.
So now tomorrow's a rest day. You have to play the final against Garyachina. What is your history with Alexandra? Very strong player, of course.
I remember one game we played classical, like 2 years ago. It was draw. I was white. It was draw. I don't remember other games. Maybe we have played, I don't know. Well, I mean, again, she's clear favorite. But I'm really thankful and happy for what I did. But it doesn't stop me because I will keep working, of course, and give my best. And as I said, whatever happens.
So my last question, someone told me that recently you've been training and preparing, I mean, your preparation, not only for this match, but in general improvement with Abbasov, who is also in the semifinals. Is this true?
Yes, it's true. And actually, like when we, like some time ago, I don't remember, I don't know if you will get mad at me for mentioning this, but like we had some goal to, you know, reach peak of our ratings this year, something like this. I don't know exactly remember, and it's happening at the same tournament. Like it's iconic, yeah. So I'm very happy, and I wish him best of luck.
So Nurul Salimova trained with Abbasov, both of them reaching the peak of their achievements here in the World Cup. Nurul will play the final against Garyachida in the Women's Cup, and as you all know, Abbasov will face Carlsen, another very tough opponent in the Men's Cup. Congratulations again and good luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, and we will be seeing the sudden death of Pragnananda versus Arjun Erigaisi. And if I'm not mistaken, I see in a broadcast right now, Arjun will be playing black. Will it mean something to their match? Because, well, we see the trend that whoever plays black in this match, he wins.
Has it been like the last 4 games in a row that black has won? I feel like it might be like that. Certainly in their 5-minute portion, black won both, but also I feel like in their 10-minute portion, because it started to get decisive, I think it also was black winning both.
It was in classical as well. It was too. When Arjun won the first game as black, and then Pragnananda made a comeback as black.
Wow,
as well.
that's incredible.
Look at this match.
Well, you know, Arjun getting black is certainly a nice sign for him in a way. I feel like Prague really needs to think carefully because his white games have not been going so well. Perhaps he should go to, you know, a C4 and the kind of English opening setups that he had prepared for Nakamura.
Yeah, probably. By the way, Pragnananda is late to the game because Arjun just started the clock.
Wow, he's late and his clock is going under 3 minutes now.
Yes, the arbiter instructed Arjun to start the clock because it's already time to start the match.
Yeah, it's very rare that someone is late to a Blitz game because you need those seconds when you're playing a 3-minute game.
Exactly, yeah. And may I remind you again that in this sudden death, whoever wins the first game wins the match. So there is no two-match game like what we saw in the previous tiebreak.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know what went wrong with that, but I really feel like they shouldn't have, you know, they shouldn't be starting the clock with, in a 3-minute game. You know, the players have been playing for like 5 hours, right? Like maybe, and it's not very precise, the starting times, right? So it's like, I mean, just wait a few seconds for the player to get to the board. I mean, that's not really, you know, great for Prague. So
well, it's rule is the rule, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not clear. It's not like there's any set times to these games, right? Like they're just basically
no, they
starting.
already agreed. They already agreed for the starting time before they started.
Okay.
So
he got a few seconds stolen from him, but here we go. And he goes for these ready setups. Okay, so he kind of goes away from D4, which I think is right, and he goes A3, A5 is on the board, knight E2. Okay, I mean, I like this choice because it's definitely very different from these more forcing lines of the queen's gambit. And so I guess here he's probably going to go queen E1, or no, he just goes knight E5 and he can get in E4 that way.
Yes, this kind of like a ready opening. Usually the bishop is stuck on C8, but Arjun chose the line where he developed the bishop first and put it safety on H7.
There's actually also the C4 approach. Actually, white might go for that because the bishop staring into the D3 pawn, it's kind of a theme. It's a theme, right? Because you can go for E4. It's actually possible, but they're going to take and they're going to have the D file, so I don't think so. I'm kind of thinking C4. What did he play, though? He played something else entirely. He played some other move. Let's see if we can.
It was knight.
If we can get it. Well, he there was a trade, and this was the big question, because now black has a pawn on c5, and white has a pawn on c4. But what did he do? Oh, he played knight f3. c5
Right,
and
and then
c4.
c4.
Okay, okay. And then what did black answer with a4? Knight e5, queen c7. Queen c7, and what can we say about this position? I mean, it looks pretty even so far.
Yeah,
of course,
it
black
looks
is
even.
super solid.
So c takes d5, and how do you take it back? With the pawn or with the knight? I think with the knight, yeah?
Probably the knight.
Because with the pawn, there might be d4.
Yeah, maybe you give the bishop a bigger target. I mean, you can do either, but I guess I would say the knight intuitively, not giving white's bishop a target like that. But okay, Arjun is thinking.
Yeah, he took
He
it
took
with
the pawn.
the pawn.
Yeah, took with the
So
pawn.
BA. And now Arjun is thinking how to get the pawn back.
Maybe queen a5.
That is one way to get it. Also bishop d6. Queen a5 immediately.
Okay. And what is Prague going to do? Queen b3.
Queen b3.
Okay. Is he really going to be able to take the pawn on b7? It's a little risky, but he does get the attack on the bishop. So now if queen a4, you could also take on d5 if you want. Maybe that's the pawn he's planning to take. It might be the d5 pawn.
Yes. So can you just, well, you cannot protect d5 and b7 at the same time. So you kind of like force taking on a4.
He's going for that.
Bishop d5, takes.
And black has the bishop here, but this bishop is kind of out of the game. Right now, white has an extra pawn. But it's sharp. It's sharp. Whenever there's the bishop pair, it's never like, there's always going to be compensation.
Queen a6.
a4, good move.
a4.
Nice.
And then maybe time to bring the rook to d8.
The reason a4 is important is to stop black from going b5.
Yes, rook a d8. And now queen goes to, still thinking.
c4 maybe? Just go for the trade. You're up a pawn. You've got a stable position. This bishop's not doing anything yet. Yeah, that pawn move was very important because if black had their pawn on b5, it would be a different story. It's very important that black doesn't have a pawn here. So queen f3. Okay, wouldn't be my choice, but it's not bad. Maybe bishop f6 pinning. Then we move back. Then there could be a trade. I mean, this bishop is still a problem for black. Prague made a good choice to move to the Reti opening.
Bishop f6, knight c4, and yes, there is a trade on b2. And now how to activate the bishop on h7.
Yeah, not easy because this knight wants to go there, push the pawn.
Rook f e8, attacking e2.
Knight c4. And queen e6, right?
Yep, and now I think the next move will be bishop f5.
Can we just go rook fe1, or is there's no tactics on d3, so I think we can just protect the pawn.
Yep, and you cannot really take on
Okay,
b7.
he played knight e3.
Protecting
Do you like that as
e2.
much, or maybe?
Yeah, he's
you like
stopping
that?
bishop f5. Stopping bishop f5, also protecting e2, and now queen b7 is the next move.
But what if I maybe give you another pawn just to activate my bishop on the diagonal? It's actually interesting.
Oh, he played b6 first and keeping that idea alive too.
We should try to stop you from going c4, I feel.
Probably he was afraid of
Rook
just queen
c1
b7.
maybe, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prague and I are on the same page about that.
And
Okay, rook a8. Queen f4, yeah. White's got everything stable. He's
So
up a
maybe you want to
pawn.
double up on a file, yeah, and Arjun did it. Rook f5.
Rook a5, yeah, and maybe rook b1 now. Rook b1, but then they're going to attack this pawn, and you're going to have to protect it.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
A big problem with Arjun on bishop on h7. It's not very easy to
Maybe
make
like
it work.
rook there, and no, he still can't go knight c4 though.
Rook b1, rook cb1.
Yeah, that's probably a good
And now
choice.
bishop g6 trying to get it out. Yes. And rook b2. And maybe bishop h5. Oh, bishop h5. it doesn't
He's
really
going
work
for knight
anything.
c4. He wants
Yeah.
this pawn protected. so
Queen
he can-
c6.
Can we go knight c4 and then just take the pawn on b6 and convert that? Maybe.
And he doubled the rook on
Yeah,
B.
that's an interesting idea. Now rook takes a4, maybe rook b6.
I
Still
think
going to be up a pawn.
No, I'll take your. Oh, maybe still have a pawn.
He
Yeah,
took with the
then.
queen.
He took with the queen.
So we're going to trade queens and take on b6, right?
yeah,
yeah.
takes, and rook takes b6.
So it's a technical position. White's up a pawn. Black has another weak pawn.
Yeah, time
And
situation.
7 versus 10. So what move did White just play? Rook b2?
Rook b2, king g2. Mm-hmm. I think we can have the camera on the game, please,
Rook c6
just to
on
make
the
it
board.
bigger.
Okay, so what's happening? Yeah, Prague is still not winning the c5 pawn just yet.
Wow,
3 seconds for
Arjun. Arjun had 1 second left before he made this.
He
bishop
better not
f5.
blunder his rook. His rook's hanging. Okay, yeah, he took something just, yeah, okay. Weird stuff just happened. That happens in Blitz. Now it's a rook endgame. You got to
What
attack
about
c5,
E4?
maybe?
King
Rook-
f3.
Rook c2, maybe? Oh,
Wow, another 1 second left for Arjun.
Yeah.
Man, what is this?
wow. Someone can lose on time. Oh,
Wow.
my. Oh, my. This is crazy. He just won a second pawn, though. Is it winning?
It is winning.
If he doesn't lose on time, he's going to win.
Yeah, it is winning for Pragnananda. He just has to play.
But now Arjun has a lot more time than he used to. Prague still is like on a couple of seconds. Yeah, roll up those sleeves.
And e6, maybe at some point it will be e6. Okay,
Okay,
takes.
pawns got traded. He's up 2 pawns, right?
King goes to g2 back.
Okay. Can the pawns push? Oh man, he has so little
Don't lose on time. Don't lose on time. Just keep playing.
You can't lose on time, yeah.
So if rook g1, yeah. And then rook back to d1, yep.
Can the
e6, yeah, e6 is there. And then,
Is there a checkmate? Can he trade the rooks?
well, you can
Okay.
give a check. You have to go
Give
to...
a few checks.
Uh-huh. And
Oh,
just takes.
Grab
Ooh.
that pawn. He's still up 2. Still up 2. Oh, trade the rooks. And what's going on there? Okay, check. Rook g8 maybe. He's trying to build up some time.
But that endgame should be losing. Okay.
Oh, he's winning all his
And
pawns.
now 3 pawns, 2 pawns.
2 pawns.
Okay, this is
okay,
enough.
this is an easily winning position.
Yeah, this is winning position. But you just have to
Wow.
keep playing. You have to keep
Wow.
playing.
Yeah, Prague is going to go through to face Caruana.
Wow.
Now he's building up a lot of time because his moves are so easy and the pawns are just advancing by
Yep.
themselves.
And that's
Wow.
it. What a game by Pragnananda and Arjun Ergaisi. Also, what a match between them two. It's such a very close match. And no, my heart rate is very high right now, even though I'm not playing. It's just amazing to see both of these teenagers playing and showing such an amazing spirit and be an inspiration pretty much for everyone who is watching this.
Yeah, no, that was a really great and close match.
Yep.
It featured like 5 decisive games in a row. Their classical match featured decisive games. It was overall just super close. What can I say? I mean, it came down to 1 3-minute game.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, it's not like I feel like, Prague decisively showed that he was the stronger player in
Right,
this
yeah.
match or anything. But that's how it goes. It went down to 3 minutes, and he played this one Blitz game a bit better.
Yeah.
Won a pawn somehow and converted that extra pawn.
Yes, exactly. And well, congratulations for Pragnananda for advancing to the semifinal. And he will be playing against Fabiano Caruana, while in the other match it will be Magnus Carlsen versus Nijat Abbasov. And in the women's section, we will see also 2 matchups. The finalists, that is Alexander Gorechkina versus Nurgul Salimova, and the competition for the 3rd place between Anna Muzichuk versus Tan Zhongyi. But tomorrow we will have a very well-deserved rest day, free day for everyone, so that all the players can prepare for their semifinals and finals. Yep, so we will be seeing everyone again in 2 days. So stay tuned. On August 19, we'll be back at the same time, 3 p.m. Baku, Azerbaijan.
And can we just also note that, I mean, for Prague, this might be his entry into the candidates,
Yes.
right? I mean, because we already pretty much know that Magnus is not interested in playing. He's made that quite clear. So this 4th place, or, to be in the top 4 for Prague is it's a huge deal, right? And I mean, I'm sure he's so excited about.
Yeah.
He's going to be like probably one of the youngest players ever to play candidates at like 18 years old.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because in Toronto 2024, he'll still only be 18.
Yes, and it's still a long way to Toronto, and there are times to gain his rating, to even getting stronger and gaining his rating a lot. Yep, so we will see. The battles will still continue in 2 days, so don't go anywhere. Keep updated about all the information from the official website and FIDE social media. So see you back in 2 days. Thanks for watching.